Hello everyone, I am the Nightmare Tales and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now, get comfortable and relax. The first time I heard the footsteps, I thought it was the old barn settling wood contracts at night, especially timber, that spent decades weathering New England winters. That's what I told myself as I hunched over my makeshift laboratory table, surrounded by mineral specimens that caught the harsh LED light, like fragments of a broken kaleidoscope. Uncle Harold's will have been specific. The property was mine, but only if I could make productive use of it within 6 months. The barn's main floor was too drafty for delicate work, but the root cellar beneath, dug deep into the hillside during Prohibition, proved perfect for my geological cataloging project. Down here the temperature stayed constant, the humidity controlled, and the isolation was absolute. At least it should have been. The footsteps came again at 3:17 a.m. A measured pace across the floorboards directly above my head, left foot pause. Right foot pause. The deliberate cadence of a sentry walking his beat. I lifted my eyes from the pyrite sample I'd been examining, listening to the rhythmic creaking that seemed to follow a path from the eastern wall to the western one. Then, back again. I'd been alone on this property for 3 weeks. The nearest neighbor lived 2 miles down a dirt road that barely deserved the name. Yet someone or something was walking guard duty in my barn every night, as regular as clockwork. The logical part of my mind, the part trained in scientific observation and empirical evidence, cataloged the facts. The sounds followed. A consistent pattern always began around 3 a.m. and lasted exactly 47 minutes. I timed them, but logic couldn't explain why my motion-sensitive security cameras captured nothing or why the barn door remained locked from the inside. Each morning, when I climbed the narrow stairs to check by the 4th night, I decided to investigate properly. Before descending to the cellar, I scattered a thin layer of limestone dust across the entire barn floor, a trick I'd learned during cave surveys to track animal movement. If something was walking up there, it would leave traces. The footsteps came right on schedule. As I listened to that steady, measured pace, I tried to picture what could create such sounds. The stride was too long for a raccoon, too heavy for a cat, too regular for any wild animal. I knew it sounded human, boots on wood, the kind of heavy footwear a farmhand might wear, but that was impossible. When the sound stopped at 4:04 a.m., I waited another hour before climbing up. My hand shook as I fumbled, with the cellar door's deadbolt, though I couldn't say whether from cold or something else. The barn lay in perfect darkness above my flashlight beam, cutting through shadows that seemed to cluster in the corners like living things. The limestone dust told its story in crisp detail. Boot prints crisscrossed the floor in the exact pattern I've been hearing, a rectangular path from east to west, over and over size 11. Work boots with a distinctive tread pattern that spoke of quality leather and steel toes, the kind of boots that could support a man through 12-hour days of hard labor. What made my breath catch wasn't just the presence of the prints. It was where they ended. The final set of impressions stood directly above my workspace below, as if someone had paused there looking down. The prints were deeper at the toes, suggesting the walker had leaned forward slightly, perhaps pressing his ear to the floorboards to listen to me. I photographed everything with the methodical precision my profession demanded, but the camera flash created new shadows that seemed to ride between the barn's support beams. When I finished documenting the prints, I carefully swept the limestone dust into a container, evidence, proof that I wasn't losing my mind. Back in the cellar, I spread the photographs across my work next to my mineral specimens. The footprints looked alien among the quartz and minicar samples, like artifacts from 2 different worlds that had no business occupying the same space. I measured the stride length, estimated the walker's height and weight, tried to transform the supernatural phenomenon into something I could quantify and understand. The next morning I drove into town and showed the photographs to Deputy Marshal, who'd known Uncle Harold for 30 years. He studied the images with the careful attention of a man who'd seen enough oddities in rural law enforcement to take everything seriously. "Looks like someone's been using your barn," he said, handing back the photos. You might want to consider staying somewhere else until we figure this out." But when I asked him about installing better security or conducting a formal investigation, Marshall demurred. The county was understaffed, he explained, and unless I could prove someone was actually trespassing or threatening me, there wasn't much they could do about footprints in an empty building. That night I prepared differently. Along with the limestone dust, I positioned small objects around the barn, pencils balanced on their points, coins stacked in precarious towers, a glass of water filled to the brim, anything that would show disturbance from passing footsteps or even strong air currents. The footsteps came as expected, but this time I focused on the sounds themselves rather than their pattern. Beneath the rhythmic creaking, I caught something else, a faint scraping, as if the walker's boots occasionally caught on loose nails or splinters. Once I heard what might have been a sigh, so soft it could have been wind through the barn's gaps. When I investigated at dawn, the scene defied every assumption I'd made about physics and reality. The limestone dust showed the same boot prints as before, but every single one of my carefully placed objects remained undisturbed. The balance pencil stood upright, the coin towers intact, the water glass full to its rim without a single ripple. How does someone walk across a floor without creating air currents? How do boots leave clear impressions in dust without disturbing lightweight objects mere inches away? I began documenting everything with scientific rigor: temperatures, humidity levels, barometric pressure, even electromagnetic readings from a borrowed EMF detector. The data revealed nothing unusual. Yet the footsteps continued each night with mechanical precision. After a week of this routine, the pattern changed. Instead of the regular east-west patrol, the footsteps paused in the center of the barn. I heard them directly overhead, shifting from foot to foot like someone considering their next move. Then came 3 deliberate knocks on the floorboards, sharp, authoritative raps that seemed to echo through the cellar's stone walls. I found myself responding before I could think better of it, knocking 3 times on the ceiling above my head. The answer came immediately. 3 more knocks positioned slightly to the east of the first set. We developed a dialogue of sorts. Over the following nights, knock patterns became increasingly complex rhythms that reminded me of Morse code, though I couldn't decipher any meaningful message. Sometimes the knocking would move across the entire ceiling as if my invisible visitor was trying to map the cellar's layout from above. The absurdity of my situation wasn't lost on me. I was a geologist, a man of science, who'd spent his career studying the solid, measurable reality of the Earth's composition. Yet here I was having conversations with empty air and treating boot prints and dust as if they were fossil evidence of some new species. But the evidence kept mounting. I installed a sensitive microphone in the barn, hoping to capture audio proof of what I was hearing. The recordings picked up the footsteps, clearly not the settling of old wood or the scurrying of rodents, but the unmistakable sound of boots on floorboards. The knocking came through even more distinctly sharp impacts that couldn't be explained by natural building movement. 2 weeks into this nocturnal routine, I discovered something that changed everything. While organizing Uncle Harold's papers in the farmhouse attic, I found a collection of receipts dating back 40 years. Buried among bills for farm equipment and veterinary services was a payroll record for a farmhand named Thomas Brennan. The employment ended abruptly in October 1987 with a notation in Uncle Harold's careful handwriting. TBF left without notice. Personal effects in barn loft Thomas Brennan TB. The initials were carved into one of the barn support beams along with a date, October 15, 1987. I searched for more information about Brennan, but the trail went cold after his employment with my uncle. No forwarding address, no next of kin listed in local records, no death certificate on file. He'd simply vanished, leaving behind whatever possessions he'd stored in the barn loft. That night, instead of descending to the cellar, I climbed to the barn's upper level. The loft was cramped and thick with decades of dust, but in the corner, farthest from the ladder, I found them, a battered suitcase and a pair of work boots size 11, steel-toed the exact tread pattern I'd been seeing in the limestone dust. The suitcase contained the modest belongings of a transient worker, a few changes of clothes, a straight razor and a leather journal filled with entries in a careful, educated hand. Thomas Brennan had been far from the illiterate drifter I'd imagined. He'd written extensively about his work on the farm, his observations of local wildlife, and his growing unease about something he never quite named. The final entry was dated October 14th, 1987. The old man knows I've been watching. Tomorrow I'll have to tell him about the cellar, about what I've seen down there at night. He won't believe me, but I have to try something. Walks those underground rooms when the moon is dark, something that shouldn't exist. My hands trembled as I read those words by flashlight. Brennan had known about the cellar's mysterious visitor, but in his account the presence was below ground, not above. He'd been watching from the barn floor, just as I now listened from the cellar. Had the position somehow reversed? Was I now the one being observed from above, just as Brennan had once watched from overhead? The footsteps began light on schedule, but tonight they sounded different, lighter, more hesitant. Instead of the confident patrol pattern, they wandered aimlessly, pausing frequently as if confused. The knocking when it came was frantic rather than measured, a rapid staccato that spoke of desperation rather than communication. I descended to the cellar and knocked back, but received no response. The footsteps stopped entirely. For 3 nights, silence reigned above the cellar. I waited and I worked, surrounded by geological specimens that seemed increasingly irrelevant to the mystery unfolding around me. On the 4th night I heard something new, the sound of the barn door opening, not the modern entrance I used, but the old double doors that faced the pasture doors I'd found rusted shut and hadn't bothered to repair. The ancient hinges shrieked in protest as they swung wide, followed by footsteps that moved with purpose toward the cellar entrance. I heard the deadbolt slide back the narrow staircase that led down to my underground laboratory, creaked under measured footsteps. Someone was descending, moving slowly in the darkness. I grabbed my flashlight and pointed it toward the stairs, but the beam illuminated nothing, just empty wooden steps that groaned under invisible weight. The footsteps reached the bottom and stopped. I stood frozen in my worked flashlight beam, dancing across the cellar's stone walls, searching for something that cast no shadow and reflected no light. The air grew thick and cold, carrying the scent of leather and old wool, of honest sweat and farmyard earth. "Thomas," I whispered into the darkness. The temperature dropped so suddenly that my breath misted in the LED lights. Every mineral specimen on my table began to vibrate gently, their crystalline structures responding to some force I couldn't detect. The EMF detector I'd left running started clicking rapidly its needle, dancing across impossible readings. Then I felt the unmistakable sensation of being watched, not just observed but studied with the intensity of a scientist examining a particularly fascinating specimen. I turned in a slow circle, playing my flashlight beam across every corner of the cellar, but found nothing except my own elongated shadow dancing on the walls. The sensation of presence grew stronger. I could almost feel breath on the back of my neck, hear the faint sound of fabric rustling as someone shifted their weight from foot to foot. When I spun around, the beam of my flashlight passed through empty air, but the feeling remained, something standing just beyond the reach of light and comprehension. "What do you want?" I asked aloud, surprising myself with the steadiness of my voice. The answer came not in words but in action. One by one, my carefully organized mineral specimens began to rearrange themselves on the table, not scattered or disturbed, but methodically repositioned with the precision of someone who understood classification systems. Quartz samples grouped with other quartz, feldspar with feldspar, each geological family sorted and aligned with scientific accuracy. I watched in fascination as invisible hands demonstrated a knowledge of minology that matched my own. Whoever whatever was sharing this space with me understood the work I was doing. The realization should have been terrifying, but instead it filled me with an odd sense of kinship. When the reorganization was complete, the presence withdrew. I felt it retreating toward the stairs, leaving behind only the lingering scent of old leather and the undeniable evidence of intelligence at work. Over the following weeks, our interaction developed into a strange collaboration. Each night I would organize my specimens according to one classification system, and by morning they would be rearranged according to another. Chemical composition instead of crystal structure, hardness instead of color formation, type instead of mineral family. Each reorganization revealed new relationships. I hadn't considered fresh perspectives on the same data. My work progressed faster than it ever had. The systematic cataloging that should have taken months was nearly complete. Each specimen documented and cross-referenced according to multiple criteria. I began to suspect that Thomas Brennan had been more than just a farmhand, perhaps a self-taught naturalist whose knowledge had gone unrecognized in his lifetime. But even as our professional relationship deepened, other aspects of the situation grew more disturbing. I started finding objects in impossible places. My geological hammer balanced on a ceiling beam 20 feet above the floor, my notebook sitting open on the barn's roof, or I'd need a ladder to retrieve it. The limestone dust now showed footprints on the cellar ceiling, as if someone was walking upside down across the stone vault. Sleep became elusive. Even when exhaustion forced me to rest, I would wake to find my bedding rearranged, my belongings shifted by inches, my morning coffee prepared and cooling on the kitchen counter, nothing threatening but constant reminders that I was no longer alone on this property. The isolation I'd once treasured now felt oppressive. I stopped going into town except for essential supplies, partly because I couldn't explain what was happening without sounding delusional, and partly because leaving the property felt like abandoning a responsibility I couldn't name. My documentation grew obsessive. I photographed every moved object, recorded every interaction, measured every unexplained phenomenon with scientific precision. The evidence filled dozens of notebooks, yet proved nothing that would convince a skeptical observer. Photos showed objects in impossible positions, but not how they'd gotten there. Audio recordings captured footsteps and knocking, but revealed no source. The truth was, I no longer wanted to convince anyone else. This experience, whatever it was, belonged to me and Thomas Brennan alone. We were partners in research that transcended the boundaries between life and death, between the physical and metaphysical worlds. But partnerships, I learned, could become possessive. I started finding notes written in that careful, educated handwriting I'd seen in Brennan's journal. Short messages left on my work. The feldspar samples show volcanic origin or check the quartz for rutile inclusions. Scientific observations that improved my work but reminded me constantly of his presence. The notes grew more personal over time. You work too late. Rest is important. The coffee shop girl in town asks about you. Harold mentioned you in his letters to me. Uncle Harold had corresponded with Thomas Brennan. I searched through more of Harold's papers and found them a collection of letters dating from 1987 to just before my uncle's death last year. Brennan hadn't disappeared after leaving the farm. He'd maintained contact with Harold for decades, sharing observations about local geology and wildlife, discussing farming techniques and property management. The final letter, dated 3 months before Harold's death, contained a chilling passage. I know you plan to leave the property to your nephew. He's a geologist. You said that's good. He'll understand the importance of the work down there. I've been preparing for his arrival, preparing for my arrival. I read the letter again, searching for context, but Brennan's meaning remained cryptic. What work was he referring to? What had he been preparing? The answer came the next morning when I descended to the cellar and found my mineral collection completely transformed, instead of the careful scientific organization we'd been developing together. The specimens were arranged in patterns that defied classification, spirals and geometric shapes that seemed to pulse with their own inner logic. At the center of this crystalline mandala sat a new object, a piece of rough granite I'd never seen before. Its surface, covered with symbols that looked almost like writing not carved, formed naturally in the stone structure, as if the earth itself had left a message waiting to be decoded. I spent days trying to understand those symbols, cross-referencing them against every geological text and mineralogical database I could access. Nothing matched. The patterns were too regular to be natural formations, too integrated into the stone's matrix to be artificial engravings. But as I studied the granite sample under magnification, I began to notice something else. The symbols seemed to shift slightly when viewed from different angles, like optical illusions that changed depending on perspective. What looked like random scratches from one viewpoint result into clear pictographs from another. The images told a story, stick figures moving through underground chambers, hands reaching up toward light, eyes watching from shadows, a narrative of presence and observation, of work continuing beyond the boundaries of physical existence. I was still analyzing the granite when the footsteps came that night, not from above but from all around me. The ceiling, the walls, even the floor seemed to resonate with invisible movement. The sound built to a crescendo that vibrated through my bones, then stopped so suddenly that the silence felt deafening. In that absolute quiet, I heard Thomas Brennan speak for the first time. His voice was barely a whisper, words formed from the settling of dust and the creaking of old wood. The work isn't finished. I looked around the cellar at months of careful cataloging, at specimen after specimen, documented and organized according to every conceivable system. What work, I asked? The empty air, the granite sample in my hands grew warm, its surface symbols shifting and rearranging themselves. As I watched, new patterns emerged, depicting deeper chambers beneath the cellar, networks of caves and tunnels that extended far beyond what I'd explored. There's more. Brennan's voice whispered from the darkness. The earth has stories to tell and someone needs to listen. I thought of his journal entries, his references to watching something in the cellar at night. Had he seen these visions too? Had the minerals themselves been trying to communicate through him, just as they were now communicating through me? The rational part of my mind, the part trained in scientific skepticism, insisted that I was experiencing hallucinations brought on by isolation and stress. Pareidolia, the tendency to perceive meaningful patterns in random stimuli. Confirmation bias, interpreting ambiguous evidence to support preconceived beliefs. But another part of me, deeper and more primal, recognized truth. When it encountered it, the earth was indeed telling stories through stone and crystal, through the patient accumulation of mineral layers and the slow dance of geological time. I'd spent my career studying these stories without truly hearing them. Now Thomas Brennan was offering to teach me how to listen. The granite sample cooled in my hands as the symbols settled into their final configuration, a map of underground chambers that extended like a neural network beneath the property. Each intersection was marked with a different mineral symbol suggesting deposits I'd never suspected existed. Why me? I whispered to the darkness. Harold chose. Well, came the reply. Words carry on currents of air that shouldn't exist in this sealed cellar. You have the knowledge to continue what I started. What exactly was I continuing? As days passed, I found myself spending more time in the cellar, less time above ground. The mineral arrangements grew more complex, forming three-dimensional structures that seemed to generate their own light in the LED illumination. My documentation expanded beyond scientific observation into something approaching revelation. I stopped answering my phone when colleagues called to check on my progress, stopped picking up mail from the post office in town. The outside world felt increasingly irrelevant compared to the work happening in this underground laboratory. When I did venture upstairs, I noticed changes that I couldn't remember making. Windows had been boarded up from the inside, blocking natural light that might interfere with sensitive measurements. My old life, the university position, the research grants, the academic publications seemed like artifacts from someone else's existence. The footsteps above the cellar had stopped entirely, but I no longer needed them. Thomas Brennan's presence was constant, now guiding my hands as I arranged specimens, whispering insights that revolutionized my understanding of crystalline structure and mineral formation. Together, we were building something unprecedented, a comprehensive map of the Earth's consciousness, expressed through the language of stone and metal and crystal. Each mineral told part of a larger story, and we were finally learning to read the complete narrative. But stories I've discovered don't always have endings that their readers expect. This morning I found a new note on my work, written in handwriting, that looked disturbingly like my own. The deputy came by yesterday, said, "People in town are worried. You should call them back." I don't remember writing that note. I don't remember the deputy's visit, though my security cameras recorded his truck in the driveway and his frustrated departure after no one answered his knocking. How long have I been down here? The timestamps on my photographs and recordings show dates, but the sequence feels jumbled. Days that should exist are missing from my memory. Nights that should have ended hours ago seem to stretch endlessly. When I look in the mirror now, I see someone I barely recognize, hollowy gaunt beard grown wild from neglect. My clothes hang loose on a frame that's lost weight I couldn't afford to lose. But my eyes, hold knowledge that wasn't there before. The granite sample, with its shifting symbols, sits at the center of my work, surrounded by mineral arrangements so complex. They seem to exist in more than 3 dimensions. When I touch its surface now, I can feel the pulse of deep currents, the slow breathing of tectonic plates, the dreams of mountains yet unborn. Thomas Brennan was right. The work isn't finished, but I'm beginning to suspect it can never be finished, only passed along from one researcher to the next like a flame carried through endless darkness. Deputy Marshal will come back eventually, probably with reinforcements, and health department officials who will insist I need medical attention. They'll find me down here surrounded by mineral specimens arranged in patterns they'll dismiss as the delusions of an isolated mind. But what will they make of the footprints in the dust, the ones that match the boots in the barn loft, boots that haven't moved in 37 years? And what will they think when they hear the knocking that comes from empty air, the measured pace of someone walking guard duty over work? That must continue. I hope whoever inherits this property next will be open to collaboration. The Earth has so many more stories to tell, and someone needs to keep listening. Someone needs to keep the cataloging precise. Story 2, the old Victorian house breathed around me as I sorted through decades of photographic history. Each negative a window into moments long dead. The Ashford Historical Society had hired me to catalog their newly acquired collection, thousands of glass plates, film strips, and photographs spanning over a century. What they hadn't told me was that the collection came with the house itself, a sprawling monument to decay on Elm Street. That had been donated along with its contents. I've been working alone in the parlor for 3 weeks now, surrounded by archival boxes and the musty scent of time. The room felt perpetually cold, despite the September heat. Outside, its tall windows filtered through heavy drapes that seemed to absorb rather than emit light. But it was the rocking chair in the corner that held my attention today, not because I intended to examine it, but because I could swear it had been moving. At first I attributed the motion to the old house settling, perhaps vibrations from trucks passing on the street. But as I hunched over my magnifying glass, studying a particularly intriguing series of portraits from the 1920s, I became aware of a rhythmic, creaking, slow, deliberate, like someone taking their time with an evening walk. When I looked up, the chair sat motionless, its worn velvet cushion undisturbed. Yet I could still hear the faint whisper of its runners against the hardwood floor. I tried to dismiss it. Old houses made sounds, old furniture settled and shifted, but the creaking always seemed to start when I was deeply focused on my work, pulling my attention away from the photographs spread before me like a paper graveyard. That's when I found the negative. It was tucked between 2 plates from a 1903 wedding, a single piece of film that had somehow escaped proper filing. As I held it up to the light table, my breath caught. The image showed this very room, though furnished differently, more ornate, and there, in perfect clarity, sat the rocking chair in exactly the same corner where it rested now. But what made my hands tremble was the notation on the negative sleeve. E. Whitmore Self-Portrait Study, October 1904. Elias Whitmore, my great-great-grandfather. I heard stories about Elias from my grandmother before she passed. He'd been a photographer of some local renown documenting the town's growth and its prominent families. But he vanished one October night in 1904, leaving behind only his equipment and questions that were never answered. The family had always assumed he'd simply left town, perhaps chasing opportunities in the big city. No one had ever mentioned he'd lived in this house. The negative slipped from my fingers, clattering onto the light table. As it settled, I heard the unmistakable sound of the rocking chair resuming its gentle motion. This time I forced myself not to look. Instead, I focused on the image before me, studying every detail. The chair appeared exactly as it did now, same worn arms, same faded velvet, same position. But in the photograph, Barely visible in the shadows behind it was what looked like camera equipment, a tripod, a large format camera pointing directly at where I now sat. The creaking stopped. I finally turned and the chair sat perfectly still. But something felt different about the room now, as if the very air had thickened. The afternoon light filtering through the drapes seemed dimmer, more filtered, and I realized I'd been working longer than intended. When had the shadows grown so deep over the following days? I found myself returning to that negative. Obsessively, I'd brought my own equipment to digitize it properly, and the high-resolution scan revealed details invisible to the naked eye. In the background, barely discernible, were other photographs scattered on what appeared to be the same table where I now worked. I enhanced the image, sharpening and adjusting contrast until I could make out their subjects, landscapes, portraits, and what looked like a series of self-portraits. But it was the expression on the figure's face and the reflection of the camera lens that made me question my own perception. Enhanced and enlarged, it showed not Elias, as I'd expected, but a face I recognized from my own mirror. The same angular jaw, the same deep-set eyes that ran in our family. It was impossible. Of course. The photograph predated my birth by over a century. Yet there it was, undeniable in its digital clarity. The rocking chair's movements became more frequent after that discovery. I'd arrive each morning to find it positioned slightly differently, as if someone had been sitting in it through the night. Sometimes I caught glimpses of motion in my peripheral vision, but whenever I turned, it sat empty and still the creaking followed. No pattern I could discern, sometimes lasting for minutes, other times just a few rhythmic rocks. Before falling silent, I began staying later, telling myself I needed to complete the cataloging work, but truthfully I was waiting for what I couldn't say. The house felt expectant, as if holding its breath for something that should have happened long ago. I ate dinner at my workstation, surrounded by the detritus of a century's worth of captured moments, while that chair maintained its silent vigil in the corner. It was during one of these extended sessions that I made the second discovery. Hidden within a portfolio marked personal work, EW, were a series of self-portraits that chronicled what appeared to be a descent into obsession. The early images showed Elias as a confident man in his 30s, professionally dressed and posed. But as the series progressed, the photographs became more experimental, more unsettling. Long exposures that captured him as ghostly blurs, multiple exposures showing several versions of himself in the same frame, and finally, images taken from the exact position where I now sat, showing him working at this very table. But it was the final photograph in the series that made my blood run cold. It showed the room empty. No Elias, no furniture, except for the rocking chair. But the chair was captured mid-rock. Its motion frozen in a blur that suggested violent movement. And somehow, impossibly, the camera's timer had captured the moment of its own, triggering. The photograph showed the flash going off, illuminating the empty room in stark brilliant white. The notation on this image was different from the others. Instead of Elias's careful handwriting, someone had scrolled in what looked like charcoal. October 23rd, 1904. The work continues. That was the night he disappeared. I checked the date on my phone. October 22nd, tomorrow would mark exactly 121 years. The rocking chair began its motion immediately, as if responding to my realization. But this time the rhythm was different, faster, more urgent. I forced myself to continue working to maintain the pretense of normalcy, but my hands shook as I handled the photographs. Every shadow seemed to harbor movement. Every creak of the old house sounded like footsteps. As the evening wore on, I became increasingly aware of being watched. Not the casual observation of someone glancing over, but the intense, unblinking stare of someone studying every move I made. The feeling was so strong that I found myself unconsciously adjusting my posture, moving more carefully as if performing for an invisible audience. The temperature in the room began to drop as midnight approached. My breath started to mist slightly, and I could see condensation forming on the inside of the windows, despite the warmth of the October day. But the cold wasn't uniform. It seemed to emanate from the corner where the rocking chair sat, spreading outward in slow waves that made my skin prickle. At 11:47 p.m. the rocking stopped. The silence that followed was so complete it seemed to press against my eardrums. Even the usual sounds of the old house, the settling timbers, the whisper of wind through loose windows had ceased entirely. I sat frozen at my workstation, afraid that any movement would shatter whatever delicate balance held the moment in place. That's when I noticed the photographs. The images I'd been cataloging were rearranging themselves, not dramatically, not with obvious supernatural theatricality, but with the subtle persistence of someone organizing a workspace. A portrait from 1912 slid 2 into the left. A landscape study rotated slightly clockwise. The changes were so gradual I might have missed them if not for my cataloger's trained eye for spatial relationships. But it was the empty space forming in the center of the table that drew my attention. The photographs were migrating outward, creating a perfect rectangle exactly the size of an ATC-10 print, as if making room for something that belonged there. I reached for Elias's final self-portrait, the one showing the empty room, and placed it in the waiting space. The moment it touched the table, every other photograph went still. The silence stretched on heavy with anticipation. My watch showed 11:58. At exactly midnight, the rocking chair began to move again, but this time I could see the impression in its cushion, the clear outline of someone sitting down the fabric, compressing under invisible weight. The motion was gentle, now contemplative, like someone settling in for a long wait. I found myself speaking to the empty room, my voice barely above a whisper. "What do you want me to see?" The answer came not in words but in understanding. The photographs around me weren't just historical documents. They were a record. Elias hadn't disappeared that October night in 1904. He'd become part of something larger, something that existed in the spaces between moments, in the silver grains of film and the shadows caught by light. And now, 121 years later, seated at the same table where he'd worked, surrounded by the same images he'd captured, I was completing his work. Each photograph I cataloged, each image I preserved, was another thread in a pattern I was only beginning to understand. The rocking chair's motion gradually slowed until it came to rest. The impression in its cushion faded, but the sense of presence remained. I looked down at my hands and saw they were steady, now confident in their movements, as I continued sorting through the photographs. But I wasn't alone in the work anymore. As dawn light began to creep through the heavy drapes, I made a final discovery. Hidden beneath Elias's portfolio was a leather-bound journal. Its pages filled with his careful handwriting. The final entry was dated October 23, 1904. The boundary between observer and observed grows thin. Each photograph captures not just light but time itself. I have found the method to step outside the flow of moments to exist in the spaces between exposures. The work will continue, pass from one to the next, until all moments are preserved, all time cataloged. Tomorrow someone will sit where I sit now. They will find what I have found and they will understand, as I now understand, that some work transcends the limitations of a single lifetime. I closed the journal and looked around the room. Everything appeared normal. The morning light was strengthening, the temperature had returned to normal and the rocking chair sat motionless in its corner. But I knew with a certainty that bypassed rational thought that I would return tomorrow and the day after that, because there were still photographs to catalog, still moments to preserve. And somewhere in the spaces between the captured images and the flowing present, Elias Whitmore was waiting to continue the work we'd started together over a century ago. The only question remaining was whether I was cataloging the photographs or whether they were cataloging me. Dory 3 and hit me like a freight train on my third night in the Berliner loft. One moment I was adjusting the brightness on my laptop screen, tweaking the final details of a corporate logo that would never see the light of day, and the next I was burning up from the inside, my skin slick with perspiration that felt foreign against my flesh. The loft was a minimalist's wet dream, exposed brick walls, industrial lighting fixtures hanging from steel beams and windows so large they made me feel like I was living inside a fishbowl. I'd rented it for a month-long creative retreat, fleeing the suffocating corporate atmosphere of Manhattan for what I thought would be artistic inspiration in Germany's cultural capital. Instead, I found myself alone in a space that seemed to breathe with its own rhythm, expanding and contracting in ways that made my skin crawl. The landlord, Herr Muller, had been peculiarly insistent about certain details. During our brief meeting, he handed me the keys with fingers that trembled slightly, mentioning something about the building's history that I dismissed at the time. Old buildings in Berlin all had histories after all, most of them dark. But now, with my temperature spiking and my thoughts becoming increasingly fragmented, those half-remembered warnings began to surface like oil stains on wet asphalt. Something about respect, something about not disturbing what should remain undisturbed. The heating system in the loft was ancient, its pipes groaning and sighing through the walls like an old man's dying breaths. At first I'd attributed the sounds to typical European plumbing, but as the fever took hold, those mechanical noises began to morph into something else entirely. Whispers, footsteps, the distant echo of voices speaking in languages I couldn't identify. I stumbled toward the bathroom, my reflection in the mirror startling me with its gauntness. My usually neat brown hair hung limp with sweat, and my eyes had developed a feverish intensity that made me look like a stranger to myself. The face staring back seemed to belong to someone who'd seen things that couldn't be unseen, experienced things that defied rational explanation. The fever dreams began that night. I was lying on the industrial-style bed, little more than a mattress on a metal frame, when the temperature in the loft suddenly plummeted. The change was so dramatic I could see my breath misting in the air above me. My sweat-soaked skin immediately began to prickle with goosebumps, and I pulled the thin European duvet closer, though it provided little comfort against the sudden chill. That's when I saw him. He materialized at the foot of my bed like smoke-given form, a figure that seemed to exist in the space between wakefulness and sleep. Tall and lean, with skin the color of weathered copper, he stood perfectly still in the dim light filtering through the massive windows. His chest was bare, revealing a network of scars that crisscrossed his torso like a road map of violence and survival. But it was his arms that captured my attention, covered from shoulder to wrist in what appeared to be deliberate scarification, intricate patterns that seemed to shift in within the uncertain light. His hair hung long and black, framing a face that could have been carved from stone. His eyes dark as winter nights fixed on mine, with an intensity that made my fever-adult brain short-circuit. He didn't speak, didn't move, just stood there studying me with the patience of someone who had all the time in the world. Then, slowly, deliberately, he raised his right hand, 3 fingers extended toward the ceiling. The gesture was neither threatening nor welcoming. It was simply a statement, a piece of information delivered without context or explanation. I blinked and he was gone. The warmth returned to the room, instantly flooding back like water filling a broken dam. I sat up in bed, my heart hammering against my ribs, and reached for the bedside lamp. The yellow light revealed nothing but empty space where the figure had stood. No footprints on the polished concrete floor, no disturbance in the air, nothing to suggest that anyone had been there at all. Fever, hallucination, I told myself. Dehydration combined with exhaustion and the stress of being in a foreign country. Perfectly rational explanation, but my hand shook as I reached for the water bottle on the nightstand. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful and filled with fragmented images. I dreamed of hospital corridors that stretched endlessly in both directions. Their walls painted the particular shade of institutional green that seemed designed to leech hope from the human soul. The air in these dream corridors was thick, with the scent of disinfectant and something else, something organic and unsettling that I couldn't quite identify in the dreams. I was walking through these hallways, my bare feet silent, on the cold linoleum floor. Doors lined both sides of the corridor, each one slightly ajar, offering glimpses of rooms beyond. Some contained empty beds with sheets pulled tight in military precision. Others held medical equipment from another era, machines with tubes and dials that looked more like instruments of torture than healing. But it was the sounds that made these dreams so disturbing. From behind those partially open doors came whispers in languages that predated European colonization of the Americas, chants and songs that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. Voices that spoke of home and family in a land that existed thousands of miles away from this place. I woke to find myself standing at the loft's main window, my palm pressed against the cold glass. Outside, Berlin's early morning light was painting the buildings across the street in shades of gray and amber. I had no memory of getting out of bed, no recollection of crossing the room. The realization that I'd been sleepwalking sent a fresh wave of unease through my already compromised system that morning. Determined to ground myself in reality, I decided to research the building's history. My laptop connected easily to the loft's Wi-Fi, and within minutes I was deep in German archives and historical databases, running searches through translation software and following links that led me down increasingly dark rabbit holes. What I discovered made my blood run cold. The building had indeed been a military hospital, just as Herr Mueller had mentioned, but not recently. It dated back to the immediate aftermath of World War II, when Berlin was a city divided and broken, struggling to process the wounded and displaced from across the globe. Among the patients treated here had been members of various Allied forces, including a small number of Native American soldiers who had served in the European theater. The records were sparse and often contradictory, but I pieced together fragments of a story that made my skin crawl. 3 Native American soldiers, members of different tribes but united in their service to a country that had historically treated their people as less than human, had been brought to this hospital in the winter of 1946. They'd been suffering from various ailments, pneumonia, infected wounds, and what the records euphemistically called mental distress. Their names were listed in the admission records: Joseph Running Bear, a Lakota from South Dakota; Thomas Crowfeather, a Cherokee from Oklahoma; Samuel Three Hawks, a Sioux from Montana. They had all died here, not from their physical ailments, but from something the records described as acute psychological deterioration. Modern medical terminology would probably call it PTSD. But in 1946, military medicine had little patience for soldiers who couldn't simply move on from their experiences. What disturbed me most was a note in the margins of one of the digitized documents, handwritten in faded ink. Patients reported shared visions of homeland, refused treatment, spoke only in native languages. During final days, claimed they were being called home. The room suddenly felt 10 degrees colder. I spent the rest of the day trying to focus on work, but concentration was impossible. Every shadow seemed to hold significance. Every sound from the building's aging infrastructure made me jump. The fever had broken, but something else had taken its place, a hyper-awareness that made my skin feel too tight and my nerves raw. As evening approached, I found myself dreading the arrival of darkness. The rational part of my mind insisted that what I had experienced the night before had been nothing more than a fever-induced hallucination, a product of illness and isolation. But some deeper, more primitive part of my consciousness wasn't convinced. I tried calling friends back in New York, hoping that familiar voices might anchor me to reality. But the time difference meant I was reaching voicemail after voicemail, leaving increasingly desperate messages that I immediately regretted. What was I supposed to say? That I thought I was being haunted by dead Native American soldiers in a Berlin loft. That I'd spend my day researching military hospital records like some kind of amateur ghost hunter. Instead, I ordered takeout and tried to lose myself in mindless television, streaming American shows that felt like lifelines to a world that made sense. But even the familiar rhythms of sitcom dialogue couldn't drown out the building's sounds, those persistent creaks and sighs that seemed to follow patterns too deliberate to be purely mechanical. Around midnight, I made the decision to sleep on the couch rather than return to the bed where I'd seen the figure. It was a compromise with my own sanity, an acknowledgement that something had shaken me. Without fully admitting what that something might be, I arranged the thin cushions as best I could and pulled a throw blanket over my shoulders. The couch faced away from the main sleeping area, giving me a view of the kitchenette and the narrow hallway that led to the bathroom. I told myself this new vantage point would help me feel more in control, more aware of my surroundings. I was wrong. The change in the room's atmosphere was even more dramatic this time. The temperature drop came like a physical blow, so sudden and severe that I gasped audibly. The air itself seemed to thicken, becoming heavy and oppressive in a way that made breathing feel like work. And then he was there again, not at the foot of the bed this time, but standing in the narrow hallway. His scarred form illuminated by the pale light from the street outside. The details were clearer, now more defined, as if my fever-compromised vision from the night before had somehow sharpened. The scars on his arms weren't random. They formed deliberate patterns, symbols, and designs that spoke of ritual and meaning. His face, which I'd remembered as stone-like, showed subtle expressions, sadness, longing, and something that might have been anger. He stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. His dark eyes fixed on mine with that same unsettling intensity. Then, just as before, he raised his hand. 3 fingers extended toward the ceiling, but this time his lips moved. No sound reached my ears, but I could read the shape of the words on his mouth. Come home. When I blinked, he was gone, but the cold remained. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Instead, I sat on that uncomfortable couch, wrapped in the inadequate throw, and tried to process what was happening to me. The rational explanations were becoming harder to maintain. I wasn't feverish anymore, wasn't dehydrated or sleep deprived beyond the normal parameters of travel fatigue. Either I was experiencing some kind of psychological break or something genuinely inexplicable was occurring in this converted hospital space. As dawn approached, I made a decision that surprised me with its clarity. I was going to try to communicate with whatever I was experiencing. If it was a hallucination, if I was slowly losing my grip on reality, then at least I'd face it head-on rather than cowering under throw blankets. The next evening I prepared. I researched what little I could find about the 3 soldiers who had died here, learning fragments of their stories that made them more than just names in medical records. Joseph Running Bear had left behind a wife and 2 young children on the Pine Ridge Reservation. Thomas Crowfeather had been studying to become a teacher before the war changed the trajectory of his life. Samuel 3 Hawks had been an artist creating intricate beadwork that his family had treasured. These weren't anonymous spirits. They were men who had died far from home, surrounded by people who couldn't understand their languages or their pain. I also learned about Sioux death traditions, about the belief that souls who died away from their ancestral lands might struggle to find their way to the spirit world. The research painted a picture of men caught between worlds, unable to move on because they had never truly been able to return home. When darkness fell, I was ready. I positioned myself in the center of the lost main space and waited. The building's sound seemed muted tonight, as if the very structure was holding its breath. The temperature remained stable longer than it had the previous nights, making me wonder if perhaps my research and preparation had been nothing more than elaborate self-deception. Then the cold came. This time it didn't arrive as a sudden shock, but as a gradual transition, like stepping from a warm house into a winter night. The air grew thick and heavy, charged with something that made the hair on my arm stand at attention. He appeared not suddenly but slowly, like a photograph developing in a dark room. The scarred warrior stood exactly where he had the night before, but his posture was different now, less rigid, more expectant, as if he had been waiting for this moment as long as I had been dreading it. Our eyes met across the space and I felt something pass between us, not communication exactly, but recognition, an acknowledgement that we were both trapped in this moment, both seeking something that seemed impossible to attain. When he raised his hand, this time I understood 3 fingers, 3 soldiers, 3 men who had died in this place, far from the lands that had shaped them, far from the families who would never know what had become of them. I raised my own hand in response, extending 3 fingers toward the ceiling. The gesture felt both foolish and profound, a bridge between my world and whatever space he occupied. His expression changed, the stoniness softened into something approaching relief, and, for the first time since these encounters began, I felt no fear, only sadness, a balm, deep sorrow, for lives cut short and journeys left incomplete. He spoke again, his lips forming the same words, "Come home," but this time I understood that he wasn't speaking to me. He was speaking through me, using my presence as a conduit to send a message across time and space to families who would never receive it, to a homeland that existed now only in memory and dream. The figure began to fade, becoming translucent and then transparent, until only the echo of his presence remained in the cold air. But before he disappeared entirely, he nodded once, a gesture of gratitude or acknowledgement that seemed to carry the weight of decades. The warmth returned gradually, and with it came a sense of completion that I couldn't quite explain. Whatever had been happening in this converted hospital space felt finished, resolved in a way that had nothing to do with rational explanation and everything to do with recognition and respect. I remained in Berlin for the rest of my planned month, but the encounters didn't repeat. The building's sounds returned to normal mechanical functioning. My sleep was undisturbed by visions of hospital corridors or scarred warriors. On my final day, as I was packing my design equipment and preparing to return to New York, Herr Mueller stopped by to collect the keys. He seemed surprised to see me in such good condition, his eyebrows rising slightly as he took in my healthy color and steady hands. "You look well," he observed, his English careful and precise. "Many who stay here do not adjust so easily to the building's character." I handed him the keys and considered telling him about the research I'd done, about Joseph Running Bear and Thomas Crowfeather and Samuel Three Hawks, about the scarred warrior and the message of longing for home. Instead, I simply thanked him for the accommodation and wished him well. But as I reached the door, he called after me, "The three soldiers." He said quietly, "You learned about them?" "Yes," I turned back surprised. He'd never mentioned specific details about the building's history during our initial meeting. "A few tenants over the years have encountered reminders of their presence," he continued. "Those who take the time to understand usually find the experience educational. How he considered the question for a long moment, his aged face thoughtful. "Perhaps they teach us about the distances that separate us from home, about the messages we carry for those who cannot speak for themselves." Walking away from that building for the last time, I found myself thinking about the nature of hauntings, not as supernatural intrusions into the rational world, but as unfinished business that transcends the normal boundaries of time and space. Whether what I'd experienced had been real in any conventional sense no longer seemed like the important question. What mattered was that three men who had died far from home had somehow found a way to send word of their longing across the years, using a feverish designer from Manhattan as their unlikely messenger. The scars on the warrior's arms hadn't been marks of violence, I realized now, but a language of identity and belonging that had survived everything the world had tried to take from him. Sometimes, when I'm working late in my New York studio and the sounds of the city fade into background noise, I catch myself raising 3 fingers toward the ceiling. A gesture of remembrance for men whose names most people will never know, whose stories exist only in fragmentary or in military records, and the memories of families scattered across reservations I've never seen. I tell myself, it's just a nervous habit developed during a stressful month abroad. But deep down in the part of my mind that doesn't require rational explanation for everything it experiences, I know better. Some messages are too important to let die with their messengers. Some longings for home echo across decades, seeking anyone willing to listen and remember. And sometimes in the space between fever and clarity, between sleep and waking, we become the bridge that carries those messages forward into a world that desperately needs to remember that every ghost was once a person with a story worth telling. The scars on my memory are as permanent as those that covered his arms. Invisible marks that remind me daily of the distances we all carry between who we are and where we belong, between the messages we need to send and the people who need to hear them. 3 fingers raised toward the sky, carrying word of longing home story. 4 the basement staff quarters, wire of mildew and decades-old cigarette smoke, a suffocating cocktail that had become my nightly companion since arriving at the Palawan Paradise Resort 3 months ago. The concrete walls sweated perpetually in the humid Filipino air, creating dark stains that resembled abstract faces. In the dim fluorescent light that flickered overhead with mechanical persistence, I'd grown accustomed to falling asleep to that irregular strobe, the way it painted. Moving shadows across the cramped room I shared with the maintenance crews, discarded equipment and forgotten dreams. That night felt different from the moment I pulled the thin cotton sheet over my shoulders. The usual symphony of the old building groaning pipes, settling foundations, and the distant hum of the resort's generators seemed muted, as if the very structure was holding its breath. Even the ever-present cockroaches that normally scuttled across the floor and endless midnight parades had vanished, leaving behind an unnatural stillness that made my skin crawl. I must have drifted off despite the oppressive atmosphere, because the next thing I knew I was jolting awake to the sound of my name being called through the heavy wooden door. "Ms. Reyes," my shift supervisor, was summoning me with that familiar tone of barely contained irritation that had become the soundtrack to my employment here. Marcus, Marcus, get up. There's an issue in the lobby that needs your attention immediately. Her voice carried the same clipped authority it always did, though something about it seemed slightly off, like hearing a familiar song played at the wrong speed. I rubbed my eyes trying to shake off the disorienting fog of deep sleep and glanced at the digital clock on the makeshift nightstand. 2:47 a.m. Whatever crisis had erupted upstairs couldn't wait until morning. I stumbled to my feet, still wearing the wrinkled khaki uniform from my previous shift, and made my way to the door. The metal handle felt unnaturally cold against my palm, and I hesitated for a moment before turning it. The hallway beyond was bathed in that same sickly fluorescent glow, empty and somehow expectant. "M. Reyes," I called out, but received no response. I stepped into the corridor, looking left and right down the narrow passage that connected the various basement rooms. The silence was absolute, now so complete that I could hear my own heartbeat drumming against my eardrums. I was about to head toward the service elevator when I heard a soft cough directly behind me. I spun around, and there she was, Ms. Reyes, standing in the doorway I had just exited but positioned on the wrong side of the threshold. She was outside my room in the hallway, even though I had clearly heard her voice coming from the other side of the door. Moments before, the logical impossibility of the situation hit me like a physical blow. But there she stood, as solid and real as the concrete wall surrounding us. She wore her usual navy blue blazer and crisp white blouse. Her graying hair pulled back in the severe bun that had become her trademark. Her expression was unreadable in the harsh overhead lighting shadows carving deep lines around her eyes and mouth. Something about her posture seemed wrong, too rigid, like a mannequin positioned to approximate human stance. "I've been waiting for you," she said, and her voice carried that same odd quality I'd noticed through the door, familiar, yet subtly distorted. I opened my mouth to ask how she had gotten behind me, to demand an explanation for what felt like an elaborate practical joke, but the words died in my throat. Ms. Reyes had worked at the resort for over 2 decades, and in all the time she had never once descended to the staff quarters in the basement. Management personnel used the main elevator and stayed in the upper levels. Finding her here in this forgotten corner of the building was like discovering your high school principal hiding in your bedroom closet. "How did you?" I began, but she was already turning away, gliding down the hallway with movements that seemed too smooth, too fluid for someone in her 60s. I followed, though every instinct screamed at me to retreat to my room and lock the door. The fluorescent lights above us flickered more violently, now, creating a strobe effect that made her figure appear to skip and jump rather than walk. Normally, the sound of our footsteps should have echoed off the concrete walls, but I could only hear mine, a hollow, lonely rhythm that seemed to emphasize her unnatural silence. When I returned to my room 10 minutes later, after following Miss Reyes through a bewildering maze of basement corridors that led nowhere and somehow circled back to where we started, I found her gone. She had simply vanished while I was looking the other way, leaving me alone in that sterile hallway with nothing but questions and a growing sense of unease. I pushed open my door, eager to escape back into the familiar confines of my cramped quarters, but stopped short at the threshold. The room had changed, not drastically. The basic layout remained the same, but something fundamental had shifted. In my absence, the air felt different, charged with an energy that made the hair on my arms stand on end. The old wardrobe that had been pushed against the far wall for as long as I'd been staying here had moved, not just shifted slightly but repositioned itself entirely, sliding several feet to the left, with no visible means of propulsion. The scarred wooden floor beneath where it had originally stood was clean, as if it had never been there at all, while the space it now occupied showed no disturbance to the accumulated dust and debris. But the wardrobe's new position wasn't what made my blood run cold. It was what the movement had revealed. Built into the wall behind where the wardrobe had stood was a shallow alcove, barely visible in the poor lighting. Hanging inside, preserved as if it had been placed there yesterday, was a resort management uniform, navy blazer, crisp white shirt, and a name tag that gleamed despite the tarnish of age. The brass plate bore the resort's logo and a name that made my hand shake as I read it: Mr. Urizi, General Manager 1987. The fabric showed no signs of the decay I would have expected from clothing stored in this humid environment for nearly 4 decades. Instead, it looked freshly pressed, as if someone had been maintaining it, preparing it for use. The sleeves hung perfectly straight and I could smell the faint aroma of dry cleaning chemicals mixed with something else, something organic and unsettling that I couldn't identify. I approached the alcove on unsteady legs, my rational mind scrambling for explanations that wouldn't quite stick. Perhaps Ms. Reyes had started working here earlier than I'd been told. Maybe the uniform belonged to a relative with the same name. Could be that someone was playing an elaborate prank, though the logistics of moving that heavy wardrobe silently and without leaving any evidence seemed impossible. The name tag drew my attention again and I leaned closer to examine it. The engraving was deep and precise, clearly original to the piece below. The name in smaller text was a title that made my stomach clench. General Manager. Ms. Reyes currently held the position of shift supervisor, a mid-level role that was several rungs below general manager on the resort's hierarchy. I reached out to touch the fabric and the moment my fingers made contact with the blazer's lapel, the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath became visible in sudden puffs of white vapor and frost began forming on the inside of the small window near my bed. The fluorescent light overhead dimmed to a sickly yellow glow, and somewhere in the walls around me I could hear what sounded like whispers, in a language I didn't recognize. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and I realized they weren't coming from the walls at all. They were coming from the uniform itself, emanating from the fabric. Beneath my trembling fingertips, the voices seemed to be calling my name, drawing me closer to the alcove, urging me to try on the clothes that shouldn't exist. I jerked my hand back as if I'd been burned, and immediately the temperature returned to normal. The whispers faded to nothing, leaving only the familiar hum of the building's mechanical systems. But the uniform remained hanging there like an accusation, like evidence of something terrible that I was only beginning to understand. The rest of that night passed in a haze of sleepless paranoia. I sat on my narrow bed, staring at the uniform and trying to make sense of what I had experienced. Every rational explanation I constructed crumbled under the weight of what I had seen and felt. Ms. Reyes couldn't have been in 2 places at once. The wardrobe couldn't have moved itself, the uniform couldn't have survived nearly 40 years in perfect condition. But there it hung, mocking my attempts at logical thinking. As dawn approached and the first hints of sunlight began filtering through the small basement windows, I made a decision that felt both necessary and terrifying. I had to know more about Ms. Reyes, about the resort's history, about that uniform and what it meant. The questions were eating at me from the inside and I knew that sleep would be impossible until I found some answers. The resort's administrative offices opened at 7 a.m. and I was waiting outside. When the first clerk arrived, I spun a story about working on a staff anniversary project, claiming I needed to research the employment history of long-term employees. It was thin, but my desperation must have been convincing because within an hour I was sitting in front of a computer terminal with access to personnel records dating back to the resort's opening in 1982. What I found there challenged everything I thought I knew about reality. According to the official records, Maria Elena Reyes had indeed been hired as general manager in 1987, exactly as the name tag indicated. But the file contained information that made my vision blur and my hands shake as I scrolled through the documents. On November 15, 1987, just 6 months after her hiring, Miss Harris had been reported missing by the resort staff. She had simply vanished without a trace, leaving behind only her personal belongings and a half-finished schedule for the following week. The investigation had been brief and inconclusive. Local authorities found no evidence of foul play, no indication of where she might have gone. The official report suggested she had likely left the island on her own, though her bank accounts remained untouched and her family had no contact with her. After a year with no word, she was presumed dead and the case was closed. But the records also showed something that made my blood freeze in my veins. The current Miss Reyes, the woman I had been working under for 3 months, had been hired in 1988, 1 year after the original's disappearance. The photograph attached to her personnel file showed a face that was unmistakably familiar, but wrong in subtle ways. The bone structure was identical, but the eyes were different, older, more knowing, as if they had seen things that no human should witness. The birth date listed for both women was exactly the same. I stared at the screen until the words blurred together, trying to process information that my mind simply refused to accept. The woman who had been calling my name through the door, who had appeared behind me in the hallway, who supervised my daily work at the resort, she couldn't be the same person who had vanished nearly 40 years ago. People didn't simply stop aging. They didn't come back from the dead to resume their careers under slightly different job titles. But the evidence was there, black and white on the computer screen, impossible to deny or explain away. I closed the personnel files and sat back in the uncomfortable office chair, my mind reeling with implications I didn't want to consider around me. The administrative office hummed with normal weekday activity, phones ringing, keyboards, clicking conversations about mundane resort business. The ordinary world continued to function as if nothing had changed, as if I hadn't just discovered that my supervisor might be a ghost or something worse. That evening I returned to my basement room with a new understanding of my situation, though understanding was perhaps too generous a word for the confused terror that had settled into my bones. I approached the alcove, where the uniform still hung, looking exactly as it had the night before, and tried to formulate a plan that didn't involve fleeing the resort immediately. The logical part of my mind insisted that there had to be a rational explanation for everything I had experienced. Perhaps Ms. Reyes was the daughter or sister of the missing woman, had inherited the name and resembled her predecessor enough to create an uncanny similarity. Maybe the uniform had been stored in the alcove for decades, hidden behind the wardrobe, through some quirk of the building's design. The coincidences were strange but not impossible. But logic felt increasingly irrelevant as night fell and the basement returned to its familiar gloom. The whispers started again as soon as the sun disappeared. Soft at first, but growing more insistent with each passing hour. They seemed to come from the uniform, from the walls, from the very air around me. Sometimes they spoke my name, other times they carried conversations in that strange language I couldn't identify, and sometimes, late, in the deepest part of the night I could swear, I heard Miss Reyes's voice among them, calling out instructions for tasks that made no sense, giving orders for a resort that might have existed decades ago but had no connection to the one I worked for now. Sleep became impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I could feel something watching me from the alcove, studying me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. The uniform seemed to shift and move in my peripheral vision, though whenever I looked directly at it, it hung motionless and innocent. By the third night, I had developed a routine of sorts. I would sit on my bed with my back against the wall, keeping the alcove in my direct line of sight, and try to make sense of what was happening to me. The resort's night sounds had returned, the groaning pipes, the settling foundation, but they were different, now, more purposeful, as if the building itself was trying to communicate something I couldn't understand. On the fourth night Ms. Reyes came to visit. I heard her footsteps in the hallway long before she reached my door. A slow, measured pace that seemed to echo from several directions at once. When she knocked, 3 soft, deliberate raps, I was ready for her. Though ready felt like an inadequate word for the state of terrified alertness I had achieved. "Marcus," she called through the door, and her voice was, exactly as I remembered it, professional and slightly impatient. "We need to talk." I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I studied the uniform in the alcove, noting how it seemed to stir slightly in response to her voice, as if recognizing its rightful owner. The brass name tag caught the fluorescent light and gleamed with an intensity that hurt to look at directly. "I know you've been asking questions," she continued, and there was something new in her tone, now not anger exactly, but a kind of resigned sadness. "I know you found the records." I stood up slowly, every muscle in my body tense, with the anticipation of another impossible encounter. This time I was determined to get answers, even if those answers destroyed what remained of my sanity. I walked to the door but didn't open it immediately. "Who are you?" I asked through the thick wood, surprised by how steady my voice sounded. There was a long pause before she responded, and when she did, her words carried a weight that seemed to settle into my bones. "I'm exactly who I've always been, Marcus. The question you should be asking is when I turned the handle and opened the door, half expecting to find the hallway empty again. But she was there, standing in the same spot as before, up close, in the harsh fluorescent light. I could see details that I had missed during our previous encounter. Her skin had a translucent quality, as if she were lit from within by some cold, unnatural source. Her eyes, which I'd always thought were brown, were actually gray, the color of storm clouds or old concrete. She looked past me into the room, her gaze settling on the alcove where the uniform hung, and her expression shifted to something I could only describe as longing. "It's been waiting for me," she said, and stepped past me into the room without invitation. I watched, paralyzed by a combination of fear and fascination, as she approached the uniform. Her movements were different, now less fluid than they had been in the hallway, more human somehow, as if being in proximity to the clothes was grounding her in ways I didn't understand. 37 years, she whispered, reaching out to touch the blazer's sleeve with fingers that looked solid but cast no shadow. 37 years of watching this place change, of seeing new faces come and go, of waiting for someone to find what I left behind. I found my voice, though it came out as barely more than a croak. "What happened to you?" She turned to face me, and in her expression I saw layers of exhaustion that went far beyond physical tiredness. It was the weariness of someone who had been carrying an impossible burden for decades, someone who had been trapped between worlds with no way forward and no way back. "I wish I knew," she said, and for the first time since I'd met her, she sounded completely honest. "I remember working late one night trying to finish the quarterly reports. I remember feeling dizzy, sick, like the air in my office had become too thick to breathe." And then she gestured vaguely at herself, at the room, at the uniform that hung between us like a bridge between past and present. "Then I was here, but not here. Present but not alive, watching but not participating, except when new staff members stay in this room, except when someone gets close enough to the uniform to stir up whatever keeps me tethered to this place." I wanted to tell her that what she was describing was impossible, that there had to be a medical explanation for her condition, a rational reason for everything I had experienced. But the words wouldn't come. Instead, I found myself asking the question that had been gnawing at me since I first discovered the personnel records. The woman who's been supervising me, the one who hired me, is she? Ms. Rehe smiled, and it was the saddest expression I had ever seen on a human face. "She's me, but not me, a reflection, perhaps, or an echo of who I used to be. She lives. The life I should have had carries out the duties I never finished. She doesn't know about me, doesn't remember what happened that night. As far as she's concerned, she's lived a normal life, worked her way up from general manager to shift supervisor, aged and changed like everyone else." The implications of what she was telling me were staggering. If both versions of Ms. Reyes existed simultaneously, one living a normal life above ground, the other trapped in some liminal state between life and death, then what did that mean for reality itself? How many other people might be living fractured existences, split between what was and what should have been? "Why are you telling me this?" I asked. She looked again at the uniform, and I saw her eyes fill with tears that didn't fall. "Because I'm tired. Mark is tired of being caught between moments, tired of watching time pass without being able to participate in it, tired of existing in the spaces between heartbeats while the world moves on. Without me." She reached for the uniform again, and this time her fingers made contact with the fabric. The moment she touched it, the temperature in the room dropped 20 degrees and the fluorescent light above us began to strobe violently. The whispers I had been hearing for days suddenly became a roar of voices, all speaking at once in languages that predated human civilization. "I need someone to remember," she said, her voice now barely audible above the supernatural cacophony. "Someone to know that I was here, that I existed, that I mattered. The other, me, she'll never remember, but you can carry the knowledge forward. Bear witness to what happened in this place." The uniform began to glow with that same cold light I had seen in her skin, and I realized that whatever was about to happen would change everything. The choice she was offering me wasn't really a choice at all. I could either flee and spend the rest of my life wondering what I had experienced, or stay and become part of something larger and more terrible than I could comprehend. I stayed. The light intensified until it filled the room, washing out the stark concrete walls and the accumulated grime of decades. In that brilliant illumination I saw Miss Reyes, as she truly was not the tired, translucent figure who had been speaking to me, but something far older and more complex. She was a tear in the fabric of time itself, a wound that had never properly healed, a question that had been asking itself for 37 years without ever finding an answer. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the light faded, the room returned to its familiar gloom, the temperature normalized, and the voices fell silent. The uniform still hung in the alcove, but it looked different now, older, more faded, as if decades of aging had caught up with it. In a single moment, Ms. Reyes was gone. I remained in that basement room for 3 more weeks, working my shifts and sleeping fitfully under the watchful presence of the empty uniform. The other Ms. Reyes, the living one, continued to supervise my work as if nothing had changed. Though sometimes I caught her looking at me with an expression of puzzled recognition, as if she were trying to remember something important that had slipped just beyond her reach. On my last day at the resort, I submitted my resignation and packed my few belongings as I prepared to leave the basement quarters for the final time. I took one last look at the alcove, where the uniform hung. It was just clothing, now old, faded, and entirely ordinary. Whatever had been inhabiting it, whatever had kept it preserved and purposeful, had moved on to whatever comes after waiting. I never saw either version of Miss Reyes again, but sometimes, in the small hours of the night when sleep eludes me, I remember the weight of her request. I remember the responsibility she placed on my shoulders, the burden of being the only person who knows the complete truth about what happened in that basement room. I carry her story forward, as she asked me to do, though I'm never sure who would believe it if I tried to tell it. The resort still operates. Still houses tired employees in those basement quarters. New faces come and go, experiencing their own small mysteries and inexplicable encounters. And somewhere in the spaces, between moments and the gaps where time forgets to move forward, other questions continue to ask themselves, waiting for someone brave enough or foolish enough to provide the answers they seek. I've learned to live with uncertainty, to accept that some experiences exist beyond the boundaries of explanation, but late at night, when the world grows quiet and my mind drifts back to those 4 days in the basement of the Palawan Paradise Resort, I sometimes wonder, was I helping a lost soul find peace, or was I simply another chapter in a story that will never truly end? The uniform is still there, I'm certain of it. Waiting in its alcove, faded and forgotten by everyone except me, and perhaps somewhere in the building above, Ms. Reyes continues her endless shift, unaware that she's already worked her last day as general manager, unaware that her questions have finally found their answers in the testimony of a maintenance worker who learned that some mysteries are meant to be witnessed rather than solved. Story 5. The fluorescent lights hummed their electric lullaby above me as I stacked the last case of motor oil on the shelf. 3 a.m. at Morrison's Hardware meant the world outside had shrunk to nothing more than the occasional truck rumbling past on Route 9, while inside the warehouse breathed with mechanical precision air conditioning, cycling on and off the distant hum of refrigeration units and that perpetual buzz of overhead lighting that seemed to crawl into your skull after 8 hours. I'd been working nights here for 2 years, ever since the plant closed and left half the town scrambling for work. The solitude suited me. Fine, no customers asking where to find wood screws, no manager breathing down my neck about productivity metrics, just me, the inventory, and the steady rhythm of restocking that had become as automatic as breathing. That's when I noticed the supply cabinet door hanging askew. The thing had been giving me trouble for weeks, a metal storage unit where we kept the smaller electrical components. The magnetic latch had been getting weaker, probably worn down from years of use, but tonight it had finally given up entirely. The door hung open like a gaping mouth, revealing neat rows of wire, nuts, electrical tape, and circuit breakers. I grabbed the handle and tried to close it, but the latch mechanism felt completely dead in my hands. No magnetism, no resistance, just metal clicking uselessly against metal. I tried adjusting the striker plate, tapping it with my palm, even giving the door a frustrated shake, but nothing worked. Damn it. I muttered to the empty warehouse. The sound of my voice seemed to get swallowed by the vastness of the space, making me feel smaller. Somehow Torres would know how to fix this piece of junk. Miguel Torres, even saying his name out loud, brought back memories I'd been trying to bury. He'd worked here before me back when the store was busier and needed a full maintenance crew. Everyone called him the fix-it wizard. If something broke, Torres could give her a solution with whatever was lying around. Guy had this obsession with magnets too, always collecting different types, explaining their properties to anyone who'd listen: ferrite magnets, neodymium magnets, ceramic magnets. He'd ramble on about magnetic flux density and coercivity, like he was giving a physics lecture. The memory made my chest tight. Torres had been found in his apartment 6 months ago, apparently dead for weeks before anyone noticed heart attack. The coroner said, 38 years old, living alone, no family. By the time someone from the store went to check on him, his collection of magnets had been scattered across his living room floor like he'd been sorting them. When it happened, I shook my head trying to dislodge the image. Focus on the present, focus on the cabinet. I grabbed a roll of duct tape from aisle 7 and wrapped it around the door frame, creating a makeshift seal that would at least keep the contents secure until morning. The tape looked ugly as sin, but it would hold. The rest of my shift passed without incident. Clock out at 6, drive home through the gray dawn light, collapse into bed while the world woke up around me. I slept the heavy, dreamless sleep of the chronically exhausted. When I returned that evening, the first thing I checked was the cabinet. The duct tape was gone, not torn off or peeling, completely absent, like it had never been there. And the door was closed tight, held in place by a small dark gray magnet that definitely hadn't been there before. I stared at it for a long moment, my brain struggling to process what I was seeing. The magnet was maybe an inch across, cylindrical, with the matte finish typical of ferrite cores, exactly the kind Torres used to collect. I reached out tentatively and tried to pull the door open. The magnet held firm, creating a satisfying click when I finally overcame its grip. What the hell? I looked around the warehouse, half expecting to see Jenkins or one of the day crew lurking in the shadows, ready to admit to some elaborate prank. But the space was empty, filled only with the familiar symphony of mechanical sounds and the smell of cardboard and machine oil. Maybe one of them had noticed the broken latch and decided to help out. Simple explanation, reasonable explanation, the kind of explanation that didn't require me to wonder how they'd known exactly what type of magnet to use or where they found one that was powerful enough to hold a metal door when the original magnetic latch had failed completely. I attached the magnet to my shirt and carried it over to the parts counter where a small collection of rare earth magnets sat in a display case. I held Torres's fight magnet, because that's what I was already thinking of it. As, next to a neodymium magnet half its size, the neodymium magnet grabbed a paperclip from 3 and away. The fate magnet barely held it when pressed directly against the metal. That made the cabinet situation even stranger. Ferrite magnets are weak. Everyone knows that. Torres himself had explained it to me once during a break, holding up one of his specimens and demonstrating how it couldn't even hold a single washer unless it was touching directly. So how was this one strong enough to keep a heavy metal door closed against the constant vibration of the warehouse? I returned to the cabinet and reattached the magnet, noting how perfectly it fit against the door frame, like it had been custom made for this exact purpose. The thought sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. The rest of the week passed in a haze of growing unease. I found myself checking the cabinet obsessively, testing the magnetic hold, examining the little gray disc for any clues about its origin. The magnet never moved, never weakened, never behaved like anything other than a perfectly normal ferrite core doing an impossible job. But other things started happening. Small things at first, tools appearing in different locations than where I'd left them, a screwdriver I'd been using on aisle 12, turning up on the loading dock, a box cutter materializing on top of the office filing cabinet. When I could swear, I'd left it in my back pocket. Each incident was minor enough to dismiss as fatigue or distraction, but they accumulated like drops of water in a bucket. Then there were the sounds. Late-night warehouses are supposed to be quiet, except for the mechanical background noise. But I started hearing other things, soft metallic clicks echoing from distant aisles, like someone dropping washers onto concrete, the whisper of cardboard boxes shifting when no one was moving them. Once, around 4 in the morning, I could have sworn I heard someone humming a low, tuneless melody that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. At once I began carrying a flashlight, even though the overhead lighting was perfectly adequate. The beam cutting through the shadows gave me some illusion of control, some sense that I could illuminate whatever was lurking just beyond my peripheral vision, because that's what it felt like, being watched by something that was always just out of sight, always one step ahead of where I pointed the light. The worst part was how familiar it all felt, the sounds, the displaced objects, even the way the shadows seemed to pull in unexpected places. It all reminded me of Torres's stories about the warehouse. After hours, he'd worked plenty of night shifts himself and had always claimed the place felt different when the customers were gone, more alive. Somehow, like it had its own personality that only emerged in the darkness. I dismissed those stories as the product of too much solitude and too much caffeine. But now I was starting to understand what he meant. The warehouse did feel alive at night, breathing with mechanical lungs, watching with fluorescent eyes, and something in that living space was paying attention to me. 2 weeks after finding the magnet, I decided to do some research. During my lunch break, I drove to the town library and used their computer to search for information about Torres. Most of what I found was standard obituary material survived by no one. Services held at Peterson Funeral Home, burial in Oak Hill Cemetery, but buried in the archived local newspaper was a brief article about his magnet collection. According to the piece, Torres had been working on some kind of personal project involving magnetic fields and alternative energy applications. The reporter had clearly been out of their depth trying to explain the technical details, but the gist was that Torres believed he could amplify magnetic properties using specific geometric arrangements and frequency modulation. The article mentioned his collection of over 300 magnets which had been donated to the high school physics department after his death. 300 magnets all donated, which meant the ferrite core in the cabinet couldn't have come from his collection unless someone had taken it before the donation, unless it had been missed in the inventory, unless it had found its way back through some means. I didn't want to consider. That night I approached the cabinet with new eyes. The magnet looked exactly the same, small, dark gray, unremarkable. But now I found myself wondering about its history. Had Torres held this exact piece in his hands? Had he been experimenting with it, trying to unlock some secret of magnetic amplification? When his heart had finally given out, I touched the magnet gently, running my finger across its smooth surface. For just a moment, it felt warm, as if it had been sitting in sunlight instead of clinging to a metal door in a fluorescent-lit warehouse. But when I pulled my hand away and touched it again, it was cold as stone. The paranoia was getting worse. I found myself checking and rechecking locks, studying every shadow for signs of movement, jumping at sounds that had never bothered me before. My productivity was slipping. Shipments that should have taken 2 hours were stretching to 3 or 4. As I stopped constantly to investigate phantom noises or check on the cabinet, management started to notice. Jenkins pulled me aside during shift change and asked if everything was okay at home, if I needed to take some time off. I assured him I was fine, just tired, maybe fighting off a cold. But I could see the concern in his eyes. The way he looked at me like I was a problem that might need solving. The breaking point came on a Thursday night in October. I was restocking the electrical supplies, working methodically through boxes of outlets and switches. When I heard it clearly for the first time, the humming, not the mechanical drone of the warehouse systems, but something distinctly human, a melody that seemed to drift through the aisles like smoke. I grabbed my flashlight and followed the sound toward the back of the store, past the paint section and the garden supplies, into the narrow corridors where we kept the specialty items. The humming grew stronger as I walked, echoing off the metal shelving in a way that made it impossible to pinpoint the source. Then it stopped. The silence was so sudden and complete that my ears rang. In the absence of sound, even the warehouse's mechanical background noise seemed muted, as if the building itself was holding its breath. I stood frozen in the beam of my flashlight, surrounded by shelves of PVC pipe and electrical conduit, feeling incredibly exposed and incredibly alone. That's when I saw the light. A faint blue glow was emanating from aisle 15, barely visible but definitely there, like the illumination from a cell phone screen. I approached cautiously, the flashlight beam trembling slightly in my grip. The glow seemed to be coming from ground level somewhere near the bottom shelf. I rounded the corner and found its source, a neat arrangement of perhaps 20 magnets laid out on the concrete floor in a perfect circle. Different types, different sizes, ceramic discs, neodymium cylinders, ferrite cores, both large and small. They weren't glowing themselves. Instead, they seemed to be concentrating the warehouse's fluorescent lighting, focusing it into something more intense and distinctly blue. At the center of the circle was a piece of paper held down by a small horseshoe magnet. I recognized immediately as one from Torres's collection. His name was etched into the side in small, precise letters. My hand shook as I picked up the paper. It was covered in Torres's handwriting equations and diagrams. I couldn't begin to understand notes about magnetic field convergence and amplification through geometric resonance. At the bottom, in larger letters, he'd written, "The arrangement is everything. Position determines possibility." Below that, in different ink, "Thank you for noticing." I dropped the paper like it was on fire. The magnets around me seemed to pulse with that strange blue light, and for a moment I could swear I felt their pull not just on any metal I might be carrying, but on something deeper, something inside me that recognized the pattern they formed. I ran, abandoned my flashlight, abandoned the arrangement, abandoned any pretense of rationality. I sprinted through the warehouse aisles, past the cabinet with its impossible ferrite magnet, past the tools and equipment that had been shifting themselves around for weeks. I didn't stop until I was in my car, with the engine running and the parking lot lights washing away the darkness. I called in sick the next 3 days. When I finally returned, the arrangement was gone, leaving only faint marks on the concrete where the magnets had been. The paper was nowhere to be found, but the cabinet door still held tight, secured by its small gray guardian that definitely shouldn't have been strong enough to do the job. I never saw another arrangement. The tools stopped moving, the humming faded back into the mechanical symphony of cooling systems and fluorescent ballasts. But the magnet remained, and every night I worked I felt its presence like a reminder that some problems have solutions that don't fit neatly into the world we think we understand. Maybe Torres had figured something out in those final weeks, some way to amplify what seemed weak into something unexpectedly strong. Maybe his experiments had succeeded in ways the high school physics department would never appreciate. Or maybe I'd been working too many night shifts, spending too much time alone with my thoughts in the echoing spaces of an empty warehouse. I still work at Morrison's Hardware. I still stock shelves and check inventory and keep the place running while the town sleeps. And every night I pass by that cabinet with its perfectly functioning ferrite magnet. Remembering Torres's words about position determining possibility, sometimes in the small hours before dawn, I think I can feel him watching, not malevolently but with the satisfied attention of someone whose work is finally being appreciated. The magnet holds the door closed with impossible strength, and I've learned to accept that some fixes don't need to make sense, they just need to work. Story 6. The divorce papers still smelled like fresh ink when I drove the gravel road to what would become my prison. The cabin squatted between towering pines like a forgotten thought. Its weathered cedar siding dark with age and moisture. Real estate photos had made it look rustic and charming, a sanctuary for healing. In person, it felt more like a confession booth where someone had forgotten to install the forgiveness I'd chosen. Isolation deliberately. After months of lawyers and mediators of dividing possessions like battlefield spoils, I craved silence. The cabin promised that in abundance, 40 miles from the nearest town. Nestled in a valley where cell towers couldn't reach and the internet was a distant memory. It offered exactly what I thought I needed, complete disconnection from the world that had recently imploded around me. The key stuck in the front door lock, requiring a particular twist and shoulder pressure that the previous owner had mentioned but not demonstrated. When it finally yielded, the door opened onto musty air, thick with decades of other people's lives. Dust motes danced in afternoon light filtering through windows that needed washing, and somewhere in the walls the house settled with the kind of groans that old wood makes when it's been holding secrets too long. I spent that first day unpacking boxes and acquainting myself with the cabin's peculiarities. The kitchen faucet ran rust brown for several minutes before clearing. The bathroom door on, crooked on its hinges, requiring a firm lift to close properly. Most notably, the bedroom featured an antique arm wire with a mirror that seemed to hold on to reflections a fraction of a second longer than it should, a trick of the old silvering, I assumed, though it created an unsettling sensation of being watched by my own delayed image. Sleep came easily that first night, aided by exhaustion and a profound quiet that only true wilderness can provide. No traffic, no neighbors, no ambient hum of civilization, just the whisper of wind through pine needles and the distant murmur of a creek I hadn't yet located. The scratching started. On the fourth morning, I woke to a sound like fingernails dragging across wood, rhythmic and deliberate, still fuzzy with sleep. I initially dismissed it as a branch scraping against the exterior wall, but as consciousness sharpened, the sound's location became clear. It was coming from the front door, from the inside surface padding barefoot across cold hardwood. I examined the door carefully. 3 parallel gouges ran from about chest height down to the doorknob level. Fresh splinters pried against the aged wood. The scratches appeared deliberate, too uniform to be random damage. Yet the door had been intact when I'd locked it the night before. I was certain of that. I spent an hour that morning checking for signs of intrusion. Every window remained latched, their old-style locks undisturbed. The back door showed no evidence of tampering. The cabin felt as sealed and secure as when I'd gone to bed, which made the scratch's appearance all the more puzzling. The second morning brought more scratches deeper, this time gouged with what seemed like desperate intensity. The pattern was identical, 3 parallel lines descending from chest level. I began leaving a kitchen chair position to face the door, thinking I might catch whatever was causing the damage. But my sleep remained unbroken and morning always revealed new marks. By the third night of scratches, I developed a theory involving the cabin settling and some peculiarity of the wood grain that might cause stress fractures to appear in that particular pattern. It was thin reasoning, but it was reasoning nonetheless, and I clung to it the way drowning men clutch driftwood. The fourth night the scratching came from inside the bedroom. I jerked awake to find myself paralyzed, not by sleep but by terror, so pure it felt like ice water in my veins. The sound was unmistakable. Now, fingernails on wood, slow and methodical, coming from the arm wire. The same 3-stroke pattern repeated endlessly. In the darkness, I lay rigid beneath covers that suddenly felt insufficient, straining to locate the source. More precisely, the scratching seemed to echo from within the arm wire itself, as if something moved behind its mirrored door. Minutes passed, or perhaps hours. Time becomes elastic when terror stretches it, before silence finally returned. When morning came, I discovered scratches on the arm wire's interior back panel, visible only when I opened both doors and removed the few clothes I'd hung inside. The same pattern, the same desperate quality, gouged into it that should have been inaccessible to anything larger than a mouse. I began researching the cabin's history at the town library, driving the 40 miles each way to pursue fragments of information in old newspaper archives and property records. The cabin had been built in 1962 by a man named Harold Whitmore, who'd lived there alone for 37 years before his death. Property had changed hands several times since then, with owners rarely staying more than a year or two. The librarian, a woman with sharp eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses, mentioned that Whitmore had been something of a local eccentric, he'd claimed. His late wife visited him in the cabin, maintaining conversations with her long after her funeral. Neighbors occasionally heard him talking to someone when they knew he lived alone. I asked what had happened to Mrs. Whitmore. The librarian's expression grew carefully neutral, as she explained that Margaret Whitmore had suffered from early onset dementia, becoming increasingly agitated and paranoid in her final years. She died in a care facility, convinced that her husband was trying to harm her, though doctors attributed her fears to the disease's progression. That evening I inspected the arm wire more thoroughly. Behind the mirror I discovered something the furniture's previous positioning had hidden. Dozens of scratches covered the back wall, layer upon layer of marks that spoke of years of desperate activity. Some scratches formed incomplete letters, fragments that might have spelled words if viewed from the right angle or in the right light. The mirror itself drew my attention with increasing frequency. old silvering had created patches of distortion that seemed to move independently of their reflections. Sometimes I caught glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, but turning directly toward the mirror revealed only my own face, pale and increasingly gaunt as sleepless nights accumulated. On the fifth night, everything changed. I felt the mattress depressed beside me. First, a slow sinking that spoke of deliberate weight rather than settling springs. The sensation crept up my spine like cold fingers, and I found myself frozen again, unable to move or call out. Then came the touch, gentle fingers combing through my hair with maternal tenderness, stroke after stroke, as if someone were trying to soothe me to sleep. The touch felt real, not dream real or imagination real, but actually physically real. Warm fingers against my scalp, the slight tug as they encounter tangles the rhythm of someone who had performed this action countless times before. Yet, when I finally forced my eyes open and turned my head, nothing was there. But the mirror told a different story. In its silver-spotted surface, I saw her clearly, an elderly woman in a nightgown that seemed to shimmer between fabric and something more ethereal. Her face was kind but deeply sad, lined with worry that seemed to have carved permanent channels in her features. She sat on the bed's edge, her hand moving through my hair with gentle persistence. Her eyes fixed on my face with an expression of desperate longing. Terror gave way to something more complex, a mixture of fear and profound sadness that seemed to emanate from her rather than from within me. She appeared to be crying, though no tears fell, her mouth moving in words I couldn't hear. When our eyes met in the mirror's reflection, her expression shifted to surprise. Then, something that might have been relief, I found myself reciting the only psalm I could remember, words my grandmother had taught me decades ago. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." The woman in the mirror smiled then, an expression of such gratitude and peace that it made my chest tight with emotion I couldn't name. As the final words left my lips, she faded gradually, like smoke, dissipating in still air. Sleep didn't return. That night I sat in the kitchen until dawn, drinking coffee and trying to construct rational explanations for what I'd experienced. Stress-induced hallucinations seemed most likely the divorce, the isolation, the strange atmosphere of the cabin combining to create vivid waking dreams. The mind was capable of extraordinary self-deception when pushed to its limits, but the scratching stopped. For 3 nights I slept undisturbed. The front door remained unmarked, the arm wire silent. I began to relax, convincing myself that whatever had been happening was over-resolved by some combination of psychological adjustment and the bizarre psalm-reciting incident that my rational mind still struggled to categorize. Then I found the photograph. It was wedged behind the arm wire, fallen into the gap between furniture and wall, where it might have remained hidden indefinitely. The black and white image showed a woman who made my breath catch in recognition, the same face I'd seen in the mirror, though decades younger. She stood beside a man in front of the cabin, both smiling with the particular happiness of newlyweds. On the back, someone had written Margaret and Harold, first day in our new home, 1962. Margaret Whitmore, the woman who died believing her husband meant her harm, whose dementia had filled her final years with paranoia and fear. I stared at the photograph until my eyes blurred, trying to reconcile the happy young woman in the image with the desperate, scratching presence that had haunted my nights. The next evening she returned. This time I was awake when the mattress depressed, watching the mirror as she materialized gradually like a developing photograph. Her expression was different, now less desperate, more purposeful. She seemed to be trying to communicate something, her mouth forming words with exaggerated clarity, her hands gesturing toward parts of the room I couldn't see from my position. I understood suddenly that she was trying to show me something, fighting every instinct that screamed danger. I rose from the bed and followed her gestures to the arm wire in the mirror. She pointed insistently at the furniture's base. I knelt and felt along the arm wire's bottom until my fingers found a loose board. Beneath it lay a collection of items, more photographs, letters, and a small jewelry box that contained what appeared to be wedding rings. The letters were love notes, dozens of them written in Harold's careful hand and addressed to my dearest Margaret. Reading them in the lamplight, I discovered a different story than the one the librarian had told. Harold's letters spoke of Margaret's increasing confusion and fear, but also of his desperate attempts to help her remember their love. He wrote about her good days and bad days, about moments when she recognized him and others when she cowered in terror. The final letter, dated just weeks before her death, contained a single heartbreaking sentence. "I hope that somewhere somehow you remember that I loved you." Margaret stood in the mirror throughout my reading, her reflection growing more solid and peaceful with each letter I examined. When I finally looked up at her, she was smiling again, but this time the sadness was gone, replaced by something that might have been resolution. I spoke to her reflection feeling foolish but driven by an inexplicable certainty that she could hear me. "You were trying to get back to him, weren't you? All those years you were trying to remember?" She nodded, a gesture so subtle I might have imagined it, then raised her hand in what could only be described as a farewell. As she faded for the final time, I could have sworn I heard whispered words in the cabin's silence. "Thank you." The remainder of my stay passed without incident. No more scratching, no more midnight visitations, no more glimpses of movement in peripheral vision. The cabin felt different, lighter somehow, as if a burden that had carried for decades had finally been lifted. I left after 2 months, not because of fear, but because isolation had served its purpose. The divorce seemed less catastrophic now, more like a necessary ending that made space for whatever came next. The cabin had taught me something about love persisting beyond reason, beyond memory, beyond even death itself. Yet doubts linger. Sometimes, in my new apartment in the city, I catch myself questioning what really happened in that bedroom. Was Margaret Whitmore's spirit truly trapped between worlds, seeking resolution for love, interrupted by disease? Or was my mind fractured by loss and loneliness, creating elaborate fantasies to process grief I couldn't otherwise face? The photograph remains on my nightstand, though I can't remember packing it among my belongings. Margaret's young, happy face smiles up at me each morning, a reminder of mysteries that resist simple explanation. Whether she was ghost or hallucination, her presence taught me that love leaves marks on the world, sometimes visible as scratches on wood, sometimes felt only in the sudden warmth of fingers combing through hair in darkness. I've never returned to the cabin, though I think about it often. Sometimes I wonder if Harold's spirit might be there too, now, finally reunited with the woman whose memory he guarded so faithfully. The thought brings comfort, though I recognize it might be nothing more than my own need to believe that love survives every ending. The scratching in my apartment door started last Tuesday, but that perhaps is a story for another time. Story 7. The brass key felt heavier than it should have as I turned it in the lock of 47 Maple Street. 3 months this Victorian had been sitting empty, and in 3 months I'd shown it exactly 0 times. Not for lack of interest. The calls came regularly enough, but something always seemed to go wrong. Clients would cancel last minute, citing sudden changes of heart or unexpected emergencies. The ones who did show would take one look at the wraparound porch with its intricate woodwork and stained glass panels and find excuses to leave within minutes. I told myself it was the market. Old houses were a tough sell these days, especially ones that needed work. But standing there on the threshold, feeling the weight of empty rooms pressing against my back, I wondered if there was something else keeping buyers away. The afternoon light filtered through dust mows as I stepped inside, my footsteps echoing on hardwood floors that hadn't seen polish in months. The house smelled of abandonment, not unpleasant exactly, but heavy, with the particular stillness that settles into places where life has paused. I'd grown accustomed to it during my weekly check-ins, though today something felt different. The air seemed thicker, somehow charged with an expectancy I couldn't quite place. Mrs. Henderson from next door had called again this morning, the 3rd time in 2 weeks. Her voice carried that particular tremor of elderly concern as she described the light she'd seen flickering in the upstairs windows after dark, the sound of laughter drifting from the backyard around sunset. I'd assured her it was probably just reflections from passing cars, maybe teenagers cutting through the property. But her words had lodged themselves somewhere deep in my chest, a splinter of unease that grew sharper each time I thought about them. I made my usual rounds, checking windows and testing faucets, ensuring everything remained secure. The house responded with its familiar creaks and sighs, the language of settling wood and shifting foundations. In the kitchen I paused to adjust a cabinet door that never quite closed properly its gap, revealing shadows that seemed deeper than they should be. The refrigerator hummed briefly to life, then fell silent, leaving behind a quiet so complete it felt almost aggressive. It was on my way back through the main hallway that I saw them, 7 Russian nesting dolls arranged in a perfect line down the center of the corridor. Each painted face turned toward the front door. Their wooden features were rendered in traditional style, rosy cheeks, delicate eyebrows, lips curved in the faintest suggestion of smiles. The largest stood about 8 in tall, decorated in deep reds and golds, while the smallest was no bigger than my thumb. They'd been positioned with mathematical precision, each exactly the same distance from its neighbors, creating a pathway that drew the eye inevitably toward the entrance. I stood frozen, my keys dangling, forgotten from my fingers. The dolls hadn't been there during my last visit. I was certain of it. My weekly inspections followed the same routine: front door to kitchen, kitchen to living room to stairs. Then a quick check of the bedrooms before returning through this very hallway. I would have noticed them. I noticed everything. The rational part of my mind began constructing explanations. Perhaps the previous owners had left them behind, tucked away in some closet or attic space, and they'd only recently been discovered and moved. Maybe neighborhood children had found a way inside, though I'd seen no signs of forced entry. The front door had been locked. Windows secure, everything exactly as I'd left it. But as I approached the dolls, that rational voice grew quieter, overwhelmed by a growing sense that these wooden figures weren't simply left behind or replaced by trespassing children. They felt purposeful, deliberate. The way they faced the door suggested not abandonment but expectation, as if they were waiting for someone to arrive or ensuring that someone would leave. I knelt beside the largest doll, its painted eyes seeming to track my movement. The craftsmanship was exquisite, each detail rendered with careful precision. The traditional dress was adorned with tiny flowers, and the face bore an expression that managed to be both serene and unsettling. When I lifted it, the weight felt substantial, solid, real, not the hollow sensation of something hastily placed or imagined. The others watched as I examined their sister, their wooden gazes unwavering. I found myself moving down the line, checking each one as if confirming their reality through touch. The second largest bore a slightly different pattern: blue dress, golden hair, instead of the traditional red scarf. The third wore green, with intricate geometric designs spiraling across the painted fabric. Each was unique, yet part of an obvious set, their collective presence creating something larger than the sum of their individual parts. When I reached the smallest doll, my fingers hesitated. This one was different. Where the others bore expressions of placid contentment, the tiny face at the end of the line seemed almost mischievous. Its smile was wider, more pronounced, and there was something in the angle of its painted eyebrows that suggested secret knowledge. I picked it up, turning it over in my palm. The wood was warm, warmer than it should have been. In the cool air of the unheated house, the sound of a car door slamming outside broke my concentration. I looked toward the front windows, expecting to see Mrs. Henderson or perhaps another neighbor investigating the unusual activity. But the street appeared empty, afternoon shadows stretching long across the pavement. The sound had been distinct, unmistakable, metal on metal, followed by the subtle vibration of a vehicle settling. Yet there was nothing there. I remained crouched in the hallway. The smallest doll still cradled in my palm. Listening footsteps on the front porch would be the logical next sound, followed by a knock or the ring of the doorbell. Instead, I heard only the whisper of wind through the eaves and the distant hum of traffic from the main road. 3 blocks away. Minutes passed. My knees began to ache from the uncomfortable position, but something kept me frozen in place. The dolls seemed to emanate a strange energy, a sense of anticipation that had infected the very air around them. I found myself studying their faces more closely, searching for some clue to their purpose. The craftsmanship suggested they were valuable antiques, perhaps, or high-quality reproductions, not the sort of thing someone would simply abandon. When I finally stood, my joints protesting the movement, the afternoon light had shifted noticeably. The shadows in the hallway had deepened, creating pools of darkness between the dolls that made them appear to float rather than rest on the solid floor. I checked my watch, nearly 5 o'clock. I'd been crouched there for almost an hour. Though it felt like minutes, the realization sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the temperature. Lost time was something I associated with shock or trauma, not quiet afternoons in empty houses. I tried to reconstruct the past hour to remember the sequence of thoughts and observations that had held my attention so completely. But the memories felt slippery, like trying to recall a dream. After waking, I needed to leave. The house was secure, the dolls were there, and whatever mystery they represented could wait for another day. I had paperwork to complete, calls to return, the ordinary business of selling houses to people who actually wanted to buy them. But as I moved toward the front door, something made me pause. The arrangement was different. I turned back to the hallway, studying the line of dolls with new intensity. They were still facing the door, still positioned with mathematical precision, but something had changed. The spacing between them seemed wider, as if they'd moved apart to make room for something or someone to pass between them. I counted them again, 7, the same number as before, but the largest doll, the one I'd examined first, now stood slightly forward from the others, just an inch or two, barely noticeable, but enough to break the perfect symmetry of the original arrangement. My hands were shaking as I reached for my phone, though I wasn't sure who I intended to call. The police would want evidence of a crime, and wooden dolls rearranging themselves hardly qualified. Mrs. Henderson would only worry more about the strange happenings in the house next door. My supervisor would question my competence if I reported supernatural disturbances in a property I was responsible for selling. Instead, I found myself backing toward the door, keeping the dolls in sight. Each painted face seemed to track my movement, their expressions somehow more animated than they'd been moments before. The smallest one, still positioned at the end of the line, appeared to be smiling more broadly now, as if enjoying some private joke at my expense. The front door handle felt cold under my palm, an anchor of reality. In a situation that was rapidly sliding beyond my understanding, I fumbled with the deadbolt, my usual smooth exit routine, disrupted by the urge to keep watching the hallway. When the lock finally clicked into place, I almost stumbled backward out the porch steps. The late afternoon air hit my lungs like a splash of cold water, clearing my head of whatever strange fog had settled over me inside. Cars passed on the street. Normal people living normal lives, oblivious to the impossible things happening behind the neat facade of 47 Maple Street. I stood on the sidewalk for several minutes, staring up at the windows, half expecting to see movement in the rooms I just vacated. But the house sat silent and still, its secrets locked safely inside. That night I found myself unable to concentrate on anything. Dinner went uneaten while I stared at the television without seeing it. The simple act of reading required more focus than I could manage. Words sliding off the page like water. Every sound in my apartment, the refrigerator cycling on footsteps from the unit above, the distant wail of sirens, seemed amplified and ominous. I called Mrs. Henderson around 9 o'clock, using the pretense of following up on her earlier concerns. Her voice brightened when she heard my name, though she quickly launched into a detailed account of the evening's unusual activity. Next door, the lights had started again around sunset. She reported flickering in different rooms, as if someone was moving through the house with a candle, and the laughter, she was certain she'd heard it again, though softer, this time almost musical. I found myself asking questions. I hadn't planned probing for details about exactly what she'd observed, and when had she seen any vehicles in the driveway, any people entering or leaving? Her answers were frustratingly vague. She'd noticed lights, yes, and sounds, but no concrete evidence of human presence. Just the sense that the empty house wasn't quite as empty as it should be. After we hung up, I sat in my darkened living room staring at the phone. The urge to drive back to Maple Street was almost overwhelming, to check the house once more to see if the dolls had moved again. But something deeper than professional responsibility held me back, a growing certainty that returning tonight would cross some invisible line I wasn't ready to approach. Sleep came in fragments, broken by dreams of painted wooden faces and the sound of distant applause echoing through empty rooms. I woke several times, convinced. I'd heard my apartment door opening, only to find it securely locked and chained. Each time it took longer to convince myself that the sounds had been imaginary than my mind was simply processing. The strange events of the afternoon morning brought no relief from the growing obsession. I found myself driving to Maple Street before my first scheduled appointment, telling myself I needed to document the doll's presence for the property file. But as I pulled into the driveway, I realized the truth was simpler and more troubling. I had to know if they'd moved again. The key turned easily in the lock, and I stepped into the hallway with the caution of someone approaching a wild animal. The dolls were exactly where I'd left them, 7 wooden figures in a perfect line, all facing the door, their painted expressions serene and unchanged. The slight forward position of the largest doll remained exactly as it had been the evening before. Relief flooded through me, followed immediately by embarrassment. I was a grown man, a professional, allowing myself to be spooked by children's toys left behind by the previous owners. There had to be a logical explanation for their presence, and probably for the slight movement I thought I'd observed. Old houses settled and shifted constantly. Perhaps the floorboards had warped just enough to make the dolls appear to have moved. I spent the next hour conducting the most thorough inspection of my career, searching for any sign of how the dolls had arrived and whether anyone else had access to the property. Every window remained locked, every door secure. I checked the basement for signs of entry, examined the attic for evidence of squatters, even tested the ancient dumb waiter that connected the kitchen to the upper floors. Nothing. The dolls watched me work, their painted eyes following my movement from room to room. Or perhaps that was simply the optical illusion common to well-crafted portraits, the sense that depicted eyes track the observer, regardless of viewing angle. I'd experienced the phenomenon countless times in museums and galleries. There was nothing supernatural about it. But as I prepared to leave, conducting my final walkthrough of the main floor, I heard a single soft clap from somewhere behind me. I froze in the doorway between the living room and hallway, my hands still reaching for the light switch. The sound had been unmistakable, the gentle percussion of palms meeting, brief and delicate, like polite appreciation for a performance well done. The house held its breath around me, silent as a tomb. I waited for a follow-up sound, for some indication of its source, but nothing came, just a gradually fading echo of that single impossible applause hanging in the air like smoke. I turned slowly, my eyes sweeping the empty hallway. The dolls remained in their perfect line, faces toward the door, expressions unchanged, but something about their collective presence felt different, now, more aware, more present, as if they weren't simply watching but actively participating in whatever strange drama was unfolding in this abandoned house. The light switch felt slick under my sweating palm as I finally flipped it, plunging the hallway into darkness. In that brief moment before my eyes adjusted, I could have sworn I saw 7 pairs of wooden eyes catch the last of the afternoon light filtering through the stained glass panels, winking like stars in the sudden night. And then from somewhere in the darkness behind me came another soft clap, then another. The applause was restrained, almost reverent, as if acknowledging not just my presence but my acceptance of whatever impossible thing was happening in this house. I stood frozen in the doorway, my back to the hallway, afraid to turn around and face what I might see in the dim light. The clapping continued for perhaps 30 seconds, a gentle rhythm that seemed to emanate from multiple sources throughout the house, not just the hallway where the dolls waited, but from upstairs rooms, from the kitchen, from corners and shadows. I couldn't see a standing ovation from an audience that shouldn't exist, appreciating a performance I didn't remember giving. When it finally stopped, the silence that followed felt heavier than before, pregnant with significance I couldn't begin to understand. I remained motionless until my legs began to tremble. Then, slowly, very slowly, I reached back and turned the hallway light on again. The dolls sat exactly where they'd been, 7 wooden figures in a perfect line, all facing the door. But now I noticed something I'd missed before, something that made my blood freeze in my veins. They were smiling, not the subtle painted expressions I'd observed all day, but genuine smiles, wider, more pronounced, more real than any wooden face should be able to manage. The smallest doll at the end of the line seemed positively delighted. Its tiny features animated with a joy that was both innocent and deeply unsettling. I backed out of the house without taking my eyes off them, fumbling with the lock until it clicked into place on the front porch. I paused to look back through the stained glass panels, trying to see into the hallway, but the colored glass distorted everything, transforming the familiar interior into an abstract kaleidoscope of shapes and shadows. As I walked to my car, I became aware of a presence at the front window, not movement exactly, but a sense of being observed. I glanced back to see 7 small silhouettes arranged along the sill, their painted faces pressed against the glass watching me leave. But dolls don't walk. Dolls don't climb onto windowsills. Dolls don't rearrange themselves when no one is watching. I drove home with my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached, trying to convince myself that stress and imagination had combined to create an elaborate hallucination. But the memory of that applause lingered, gentle and appreciative, like the approval of old friends welcoming me into some secret they'd been keeping for far too long. The worst part wasn't the impossibility of what I'd experienced. The worst part was how right it had felt standing there in the darkness, listening to the sound of wooden hands expressing their gratitude for my visit and, despite every rational instinct, screaming at me to stay away. I knew I would return. The dolls were waiting for me after all. They had made that perfectly clear. Story 8. The first night back, I blamed jet lag for the unease that settled in my chest like sediment in still water. 3 months in Barcelona had rewired my circadian rhythms, and returning to the guest house behind my parents' main home felt like slipping into clothes that no longer fit quite right. The small converted garage had been my sanctuary through high school and my first year of college, a place where independence felt possible within the safety net of family proximity. Now, at 22, with my study abroad program complete and my lease not starting until fall semester, it seemed like the logical choice for these transitional summer months. The space looked exactly as I'd left it, twin bed pushed against the east wall, small desk beneath the single window, mini fridge humming quietly in the corner. My mother had clearly been maintaining it, probably hoping I'd move back permanently instead of pursuing graduate school across the country. Everything was clean, familiar, unchanged. Yet something felt fundamentally wrong from the moment I dropped my duffel bag on the hardwood floor. The wrongness began with the cold, not the general chill of an unheated space in late spring, but something more specific and intentional, a thin stream of frigid air that seemed to target the left side of my pillow with surgical precision. I initially attributed it to a gap in the weather stripping around the door, but thorough inspection revealed no obvious source. The current was steady, unrelenting, carrying with it the peculiar mustiness of air that had been trapped somewhere dark for too long. By the third night I developed an unconscious habit of sleeping on my right side, curled away from that inexplicable draft. The position left me staring at the ceiling's northwest corner, where the shadows seemed to gather with unusual density. Even during daylight hours, that particular section remained dim, as if the paint there absorbed light rather than reflecting it. I told myself it was an optical illusion created by the room's awkward geometry, but the explanation felt hollow. Even in my own mind, sleep became elusive. The foreign sounds of home sounds I'd once found comforting now struck my newly sensitized nerves, like discordant notes. The house's settling groans, the intermittent cycling of the HVAC system, the distant hum of traffic on the main road all seemed amplified and somehow malevolent. In the darkness, I found myself lying awake for hours, hyper-aware of every shift in the ambient noise, every fluctuation in temperature, every shadow that moved across the ceiling when headlights swept through the window. It was during one of these restless nights that I decided to try recording white noise. I'd used similar techniques in Barcelona to mask the sounds of city life, and the guest house's relative isolation seemed perfect for creating clean audio. I positioned my old digital recorder on the nightstand, adjusted the gain settings and let it run as I finally drifted off around 3 o'clock in the morning. The playback the next day revealed something that made my blood temperature drop to match that persistent cold current. Beneath the expected low-frequency hum of the room's electrical systems and the distant whisper of wind through trees, there were voices, barely audible, overlapping whispers that seemed to emerge from the static itself. I played this section repeatedly, adjusting the equalizer settings, isolating frequency ranges, but the words remained frustratingly unclear. Almost clear enough to understand, but not quite, like trying to eavesdrop on a conversation happening in the next room through thick walls. I convinced myself it was pareidolia, The human tendency to perceive meaningful patterns in random noise, radio interference perhaps, or audio artifacts created by the recorder's compression algorithms. But the whispers returned the following night and the night after that, each time growing slightly more distinct. By the end of the first week I could make out individual words scattered throughout the shivers. You're wrong, not, shouldn't. The fragments never quite coalesced into coherent sentences, but they carried an unmistakable sense of urgency, even distress. More unsettling was their apparent responsiveness to my presence. The whispers seemed to intensify when I moved in my sleep, growing quieter while I lay perfectly still as if they were reacting to my unconscious movements. I began sleeping with the recorder running every night, driven by a compulsion I couldn't fully articulate. The rational part of my mind insisted I was creating an elaborate self-deception, finding patterns where none existed, because I expected to find them. But the rational part of my mind was being steadily overwhelmed by a growing certainty that something was fundamentally wrong with the guest house, something that had developed during my absence. The breakthrough came on the 9th night. I positioned the recorder closer to the pillow, directly in the path of that relentless cold current. The resulting audio was crisp enough that I could isolate and loop individual segments, playing them at reduced speed until the words became unmistakably clear. Not here, wasn't here, not here, wasn't here, the phrases repeated in an endless loop, spoken by what sounded like multiple voices layered on top of each other, some male, some female, all carrying the same note of confused urgency. But it was the final sequence, recorded just before dawn, that made me question everything I thought I understood about my situation. Not here, not here, not here. The words were sharp, almost angry, as if whatever was speaking had grown, frustrated with my failure to understand. And then, just as I was about to turn off the recorder, a new phrase emerged with crystalline clarity. He wasn't here. I played that final segment dozens of times, my hands trembling as I manipulated the audio controls. The voice was distinctly different from the others, older, more authoritative, tinged with what sounded like sadness or regret, and, unlike the previous whispers, this one seemed to be addressing someone directly, explaining rather than simply repeating. Sleep became impossible. After that discovery, I spent the remainder of the night pacing the small room, examining every surface for hidden speakers or recording devices, searching for any rational explanation for what I'd captured. The cold current continued its relentless flow across my pillow, and the dark corner of the ceiling seemed to pulse, with its own internal rhythm, expanding and contracting like something breathing. By morning, I developed a theory that felt both logical and terrifying. Somehow, the guest house was retaining audio impressions of previous conversations, playing them back under specific atmospheric conditions, like a natural recording device activated by temperature differentials or electromagnetic fluctuations. It was pseudoscientific nonsense, but it offered a framework for understanding what was happening without abandoning rational thought entirely. The alternative explanations were far worse. I called my mother that afternoon, casual inquiries disguised as simple homesickness. Had anyone else stayed in the guest house while I was away? Had there been any renovations, any maintenance work that might have disturbed something? Her responses were reassuring and unhelpful in equal measure. No one had used the space, except for storage. No work had been done. Everything had remained exactly as I'd left it. But when I asked about the building's history, whether anything significant had happened there before it was converted, her pause stretched just a beat too long. She mentioned, almost reluctantly, that her brother had lived there briefly in the early 90s, during a difficult period following his divorce. Just for a few months, she emphasized, before he found his own place and got back on his feet. She spoke about him with the careful tone reserved for discussing family members who had struggled with depression, and when I pressed for more details, she deflected with questions about my own emotional state. That night I positioned 3 recorders at different locations around the room, creating a triangulated array that would allow me to isolate the source of the whispers with greater precision. I also placed a digital thermometer near my pillow to monitor temperature fluctuations and set up my laptop to record any visible changes in the room's lighting. The whispers began earlier than usual, starting around midnight instead of the typical 3 a.m. emergence, and for the first time they seemed to originate from a specific location, the northwest corner, where the shadows gathered. The thermal reading showed a consistent temperature drop of 6 degrees directly above my pillow, while the rest of the room remained stable. Most disturbing was the video footage, which captured subtle changes in the corner's darkness, a deepening and lightening that followed no discernible pattern but suggested the presence of something actively moving within the shadows. The audio was the clearest, yet individual voices becoming distinct enough that I could identify at least 4 separate speakers. 3 were unfamiliar, but the 4th made my chest tighten with recognition. It was my uncle's voice. Unmistakably, though, I hadn't heard it in over a decade. He was speaking with characteristic urgency, the rapid-fire delivery I remembered from childhood visits, when he paced the living room, outlining elaborate business plans or relationship strategies that never quite materialized. He wasn't here. The familiar voice repeated, growing more agitated with each iteration. He left, he was gone, he wasn't here. When it happened, the other voices seemed to be arguing with him, insisting that someone had indeed been present, that the departure had been temporary, that there was confusion about timing or location. The conversation had the circular, illogical quality of an argument between people operating with different sets of facts, each convinced of their own version of events. I realized with a chill that had nothing to do with the supernatural draft across my pillow, that I was listening to multiple perspectives on a single incident, perspectives that shouldn't have been able to coexist in the same space unless that space was somehow recording and overlaying temporal fragments. The recordings continue for the next week each night, adding new layers to the conversational poems. Gradually, a narrative began to emerge from the overlapping voices. My uncle had apparently left the guest house for several days. The exact duration was disputed among the speakers, and something significant had occurred during his absence. The voices seemed to be debating responsibility, causation, and the precise sequence of events, but the specific details remained maddeningly vague. What became increasingly clear was that the departure and return were central to whatever had created this acoustic phenomenon. The phrase "he wasn't here" was repeated so frequently. It became a kind of mantra, sometimes spoken with relief, sometimes with accusation, occasionally with what sounded like desperate justification. I began to suspect that my own recent return from Barcelona had somehow reactivated whatever psychic residue my uncle's presence had left behind. The guest house was responding to a pattern: departure, absence, return, and now it was caught in a loop, replaying fragments of a previous cycle triggered by my reoccupation of the space. But if that was true, what had happened during my uncle's absence that required such elaborate justification? What event had traumatized the very structure of the building enough to create this supernatural echo chamber? The answer came on the 15th night, delivered in my uncle's voice with perfect clarity. I wasn't here. When she came looking for him, I'd gone to my brother's house. I wasn't supposed to be here, so I left, but she thought I was still here. She kept calling his name, thinking I was him, thinking he was hiding from her. I wasn't here to explain. The recording equipment captured my sharp intake of breath, the sound of my heart rate spiking. As the implications settled in, the other voices resumed their debate, arguing about responsibility and timing, but I was no longer listening to them. I was focused on the mechanical war of the digital recorder, the steady hum that had been the soundtrack to 2 weeks of increasingly disturbed sleep. And then, as I stared at the device's LED display showing the remaining recording time, the audio stopped, not gradually, not with the electronic fade that indicated a technical glitch, but abruptly, as if someone had simply switched off the power. The display went dark, the LED extinguished, and when I frantically pressed the power button, nothing happened. I grabbed the backup recorder, the one positioned near the window, also dead. The third device placed by the door showed the same unresponsive black screen. My laptop had shut down as well, though it had been plugged into the wall and showed a full battery charge. When I'd started recording, the silence that followed was absolute and unnatural. No ambient noise from the house's electrical systems, no distant traffic sounds, no whisper of wind through the trees outside. Even the persistent cold current across my pillow had ceased, leaving the air in the room perfectly still and several degrees warmer than it had been in weeks. I sat on the edge of the bed, surrounded by dead electronics, and realized that whatever had been using the guest house as a repository for unresolved conversations had finished making its point. The voices had told their story, explained their perspective, and were now done with me, but their departure left me with more questions than answers and a growing certainty that I had become part of a pattern I didn't fully understand. The next morning I called my mother again, this time with direct questions about my uncle's time in the guest house. What I learned made me pack my belongings immediately and drive to a hotel 40 mi away, where I remained until my fall semester housing became available. My uncle had indeed left the guest house for several days in July of 1993. He'd gone to stay with my father while dealing with a particularly difficult phase of his divorce proceedings. During his absence, his ex-wife had come looking for him, apparently believing he was avoiding her calls and hiding in the converted garage. She'd spent hours outside the building, calling his name, growing increasingly agitated when he didn't respond. The incident had been embarrassing for the family and traumatic for everyone involved, but no one had been hurt and no lasting damage had been done. My uncle had moved out shortly afterward, finding his own apartment and gradually rebuilding his life. The guest house had returned to its role as occasional storage space and eventual haven for visiting relatives. But, according to my mother, my uncle had always maintained that the timing of his departure had been crucial. If he'd been there when his ex-wife arrived, if he'd been able to explain the situation face to face, everything that followed the escalating arguments, the prolonged legal battles, the years of mutual resentment might have been avoided. His absence had created a void that misunderstanding rushed to fill, and he'd never quite forgiven himself for the decision to leave when he did. As I drove away from the guest house that final morning, I understood that I'd been listening to the echoes of that regret, amplified and preserved by the same emotional intensity that had created the problem in the first place. The building had absorbed not just the sound of voices but the weight of unresolved guilt, playing it back whenever circumstances aligned to trigger the memories. But what I still don't understand, what keeps me awake in my new apartment, hundreds of miles away, is why the voices had seemed to know about my own departure and return, why they responded to my presence as if I was part of their ongoing conversation, and why, in those final moments before the equipment died, I heard my own voice joining the chorus of whispers, saying words I didn't remember speaking. I wasn't here either. I left too. We all left when we should have stayed. The rational explanation is that I was so deeply affected by the recordings that I began unconsciously vocalizing my thoughts, adding my own voice to the supernatural anthology without realizing it. Sleep deprivation and psychological stress can create false memories, auditory hallucinations, and a distorted sense of time and causation. But sometimes late at night, in my new bedroom, I catch myself listening for whispers that aren't there. And I wonder if leaving was just another repetition of the pattern, another departure that will require its own justification, its own cycle of regret and explanation. And I wonder if, somewhere in the guest house I abandoned, new voices are beginning to argue about timing and responsibility, adding my story to the collection of unresolved departures that the building preserves, like pressed flowers between the pages of a book. The cold current, I suspect, is still flowing across that pillow, waiting for the next person who will try to sleep through the sound of their own choices echoing back at them from the dark corner of the ceiling, waiting for someone else who will eventually understand that some places refuse to forget and some regrets refuse to stay buried. The only question is whether they'll have the wisdom to leave before they become part of the permanent record, or whether they'll stay long enough to discover what I'm still afraid to know, that the voices aren't replaying the past at all. They're narrating the present, explaining our decisions back to us in real time, and waiting to see if we'll finally understand that leaving isn't always the solution to problems we don't yet realize. We're creating Story 9. The fluorescent lights hummed their mechanical lullaby above my head, casting their sterile glow across the empty office floor. 3 a.m. stretched before me like a yawning mouth. Another 7 hours until my double shift would mercifully end. I've been pulling these marathon sessions for weeks now, ever since the hospital bills started mounting. The overtime pay was decent, but the isolation was eating at me, gnawing away at the edges of my sanity like rust on metal. My grandmother had been in a coma for 12 days. The doctor said she was stable, that her vitals were strong for someone her age. Today, technically, they would discharge her to the care facility. I should have been relieved, but something cold had settled in my chest, a tread that felt ancient and familiar, like returning to a childhood home. After decades away, I rubbed my eyes and focused on the screen. Data entry numbers flowing in endless columns, each one representing someone's life. Reduced to statistics. The keyboard clicks echoed in the cavernous space, bouncing off cubicle walls and disappearing into the ventilation systems, mechanical breathing. The building felt alive around me, settling and creaking with the weight of its own emptiness. That's when I first caught it, a sweetness threading through the recycled air, jasmine. My fingers froze above the keyboard. The scent was unmistakable, rich and cloying with that particular note of decay that made jasmine both beautiful and unsettling. It was her perfume, the same one she'd worn every day, for as long as I could remember, white shoulders. She called it, though I'd never seen her apply it. It simply clung to her like a second skin, following her through rooms and lingering in her wake. But she was 40 miles away, unconscious in a hospital bed. I pushed back from my desk the wheels of my chair, squeaking in protest. The sound seemed too loud in the silence, amplified by acoustics that suddenly felt wrong. I stood and walked to the nearest cubicle, following the scent trail like a bloodhound. It grew stronger near the east wall, where Janet's desk sat, cluttered with family photos and motivational calendars she'd never see again. She'd been laid off last month. The perfume hung in the air above her empty chair. Concentrated and heavy, I leaned closer and the scent seemed to pulse, breathing with a rhythm that matched my own heartbeat. I backed away, my skin crawling with the sensation of invisible fingers trailing across my neck. The logical part of my mind, the part that still functioned on coffee and deadlines, searched for explanations. Someone had been here earlier, a cleaning crew member, a security guard's wife who favored the same fragrance. But the building had been locked. When I arrived, and I was the only one with access to this floor after midnight, I returned to my desk, but the numbers on the screen blurred together. The jasmine followed me, wrapping around my shoulders like phantom arms. I could almost feel her presence settling into the space beside me, the way she used to do when I was young, and she'd help with homework at her kitchen table. But there was something different about this visitation, something that made my skin prickle. With primal warning, the chair beside my desk began to move. It was Janet's old chair, the one HR hadn't bothered to remove yet, a simple swivel chair with burgundy fabric that had seen better decades. It rotated slowly, clockwise, maybe 15 degrees before stopping. Then it continued another small increment, as if someone was testing its mobility. I stared at it. My breath caught somewhere between my lungs and throat. The movement was too deliberate to be coincidence, too purposeful to be explained by air currents or building settling. I watched it complete a full rotation. The motion smooth and controlled before it came to rest, facing me directly, the jasmine intensified. My hand shook as I reached for my phone, thumb hovering over my grandmother's emergency contact number. But what would I say? That I was losing my mind during a double shift, that I was sensing things that couldn't be there. They'd send someone to check on me and I'd lose the job I desperately needed. Instead, I turned back to the computer screen, forcing myself to focus on the data. Numbers became my anchor, their cold logic, a barrier against whatever was happening around me. But even as I typed, I could feel eyes on me. Not the casual observation of a coworker or security camera, but something intense and searching, like being examined under a microscope. The perfume began to move. I tracked its progress through my peripheral vision as it drifted from cubicle to cubicle, lingering at each workstation, before flowing on like smoke. It seemed to be searching for something, investigating each space with methodical precision. When it reached the printer station near the back wall, it stopped. The silence stretched, becoming so complete that I could hear my own pulse hammering in my ears. Then the printer hummed to life. The sudden mechanical noise made me jump, sending my chair rolling backward. The printer's display lit up, showing a job in progress that I hadn't sent. Page after page emerged from the machine, falling into the output tray with rhythmic precision. I remained frozen at my desk, watching the growing stack of paper with growing dread. When the machine finally fell silent, I forced myself to approach. My legs felt disconnected from my body, each step requiring conscious effort. The jasmine scent was overwhelming here, so thick I could taste its sweetness on my tongue. I reached for the printed pages with trembling fingers. Photographs, dozens of them, all identical. A young girl, maybe 8 years old, standing in what looked like a 1940s living room. She wore a white dress with puffed sleeves and Mary Jane shoes. Her dark hair pinned back with a small bow. Her smile was radiant, captured in that timeless way of old photography where subjects held their poses for long exposures. I'd never seen this photograph before. I was certain of that. But the girl's eyes, dark and penetrating even in the sepia tones, were unmistakably familiar. They were my grandmother's eyes decades before I was born, decades before my father was even conceived. But this image had somehow been stored in our system, queued up and printed without my knowledge or input. I checked the printer's job history, scrolling through weeks of mundane documents and reports. There was no record of this photograph anywhere in the queue. My phone buzzed, startling me so badly that I dropped the photographs. They scattered across the floor like fallen leaves, the little girl's smile multiplying around my feet. The caller ID showed the hospital's main number. "Is this David Martinez?" The voice was crisp and professional, a night nurse I didn't recognize. "Yes, this is about my grandmother. I'm calling to inform you that Mrs. Martinez became conscious about an hour ago. She's been asking for you specifically." Relief flooded through me, washing away some of the evening's strangeness. "She's awake. Is she okay?" Her vitals are stable, but the nurse paused and I could hear papers rustling in the background. "She's been saying some unusual things, talking about being in an office building, about trying to reach someone. The doctor thinks it might be residual effects from the coma, but she's quite insistent that she was visiting you tonight." The words hit me like ice water. I looked around the empty office at the scattered photographs. At the chair that had rotated on its own, the jasmine scent seemed to pull stronger, as if responding to my recognition. "What time did she wake up?" I asked, though I already suspected the answer, around 3:15. "She was quite agitated, saying she needed to show you something important, something about your childhood." I ended the call and knelt to gather the photographs. As I picked up each image, I noticed details I'd missed before. The living room in the background wasn't just any 1940s interior. It was my grandmother's house, the same house where I'd spent countless childhood summers. The same floral wallpaper, the same ornate mirror above the mantelpiece, even the same doily-covered side table where she kept her perfume bottles. But how could this photograph exist in our office system? How could she have been visiting me while lying unconscious, 40 m away? I sat back in my chair, the photographs clutched in my hands, trying to rationalize what I'd experienced. Stress could cause hallucinations. Lack of sleep could trigger paranoid episodes. The human mind was capable of extraordinary self-deception when pushed to its limits. But the photographs were real. I could feel their weight, smell the chemical tang of fresh ink. Whatever had happened here tonight, it had left physical evidence that couldn't be explained away by exhaustion or anxiety. The jasmine began to fade, dissipating like morning mist. The oppressive atmosphere that had dominated the office for the past hour lifted gradually, leaving behind only the familiar hum of fluorescent lights and the distant whisper of the ventilation system. But the sense of being watched remained a subtle pressure that suggested I was never truly alone in this building. I tried to return to work, but concentration was impossible. Every shadow seemed to harbor movement. Every sound carried the potential for something otherworldly. The photographs lay spread across my desk like tarot cards, the little girl's eyes following me no matter which direction I turned. As dawn approached, painting the office windows with pale gray light, I began to pack up my things. The double shift was nearly over and I needed to get to the hospital. My grandmother was awake, conscious, asking for me specifically. But what would I tell her about tonight? How could I explain the inexplicable? I gathered the photographs into a neat stack, studying the image one final time. The little girl's smile seemed different, now, more knowing somehow, as if she understood secrets that I was only beginning to glimpse. In the bottom right corner of the photo, barely visible against the sepia background, someone had written in faded ink, "For David when you're old enough to understand." But I'd never seen this photograph before tonight. My grandmother had never shown it to me, never mentioned its existence, yet somehow it had found its way into our office system, printed itself without authorization and delivered itself to me. At exactly the moment she regained consciousness, I slipped the photographs into my jacket pocket and headed for the elevator. The jasmine scent had completely disappeared, but its absence felt more unnatural than its presence had, as if something essential had been withdrawn from the atmosphere, leaving behind a void that ordinary air couldn't fill. The elevator doors closed behind me with a soft whisper, and I watched the office floor disappear as I descended toward street level. But even as the building fell away above me, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was taking something with me. Some invisible passenger that had attached itself to my consciousness during those strange pre-dawn hours outside. The city was beginning to wake up. Traffic lights cycled through their colors. Early commuters emerged from subway stations, and the rational world reasserted itself with comforting predictability. But as I drove toward the hospital, I couldn't stop thinking about my grandmother's words to the nurse. She'd been trying to reach me, trying to show me something important, and maybe in ways I couldn't begin to understand she had succeeded. The morning sun climbed higher, burning away the last shadows of night, but the questions remained multiplying, like reflections in a hall of mirrors. What had really happened in that office? How had she visited me while unconscious? And what other impossible things might be waiting in the spaces between waking and sleeping, between here and there, between the living and the spaces they leave behind? I pulled into the hospital parking lot with those photographs still burning in my pocket, carrying their impossible weight toward whatever revelation awaited me in room 237. My grandmother was awake, conscious, and she had stories to tell, stories that might finally explain why the Jasmine Hour had felt less like haunting and more like homecoming. The automatic doors slid open with a mechanical sigh, welcoming me into fluorescent corridors that felt strangely familiar, as if I'd been walking them all night long following a scent trail. That led not to madness but to understanding some mysteries I realized were invitations rather than puzzles, and I was finally ready to accept whatever strange inheritance my grandmother had been trying to deliver. Story 10. The first time I heard them, I thought it was the old pipes settling in the walls. Aunt Helena had been gone 3 weeks, and the house felt too large, too quiet, like a mouth that had forgotten how to speak. I'd inherited the Victorian on Maple Street, all creaking floorboards and dust-heavy curtains, along with the responsibility of deciding what to do with a lifetime's worth of memories packed into rooms that smelled of lavender sachets. And time. The sound came again as I stood in the hallway outside what had once been the nursery, a soft metallic tinkling like wind chimes made of silver dollars. But there was no wind inside the house, and I checked every window twice since arriving that morning. Tink, 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 tink. The rhythm was irregular, almost playful, drifting through the crack beneath the nursery door. I pressed my ear against the painted wood, my breath fogging the antique brass doorknob. As I listened, the sound stopped immediately, as if whatever was making it had suddenly become aware of my presence. I turned the knob and pushed the door open. The nursery had been frozen in time since the 1960s, when my aunt's hopes for children had finally been laid to rest alongside her husband's promises. Pale yellow wallpaper with tiny ducks marched in endless rows around the room, and in the center, suspended from the ceiling by a metal chain, hummed the old mobilettes. 5 metallic stars dangled motionless, catching the late afternoon light that filtered through gauze curtains. Everything was still, everything was silent. I backed out of the room, convincing myself that old houses simply made old sounds and that grief could make a man hear things that weren't there. But as I pulled the door closed, I caught a whiff of something that made my chest tighten. Baby powder, sweet and clean and impossibly fresh. The next morning I woke to the sound of chains, not the gentle tinkling I'd heard before, but a rhythmic clink, 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 like someone slowly winding an old clock. I lay in my aunt's bed, my bed now I supposed, and listened to the sound drift down the hallway. According to the alarm clock on the nightstand, it was 3:17 a.m. I pulled on my robe and crept toward the nursery, my bare feet silent on the hardwood floor. The sound grew louder as I approached, accompanied now by a soft mechanical whirring that raised a hair on my arms. Through the gap under the door I could see a faint blue glow pulsing in rhythm with the sounds. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. The metal was ice cold against my palm, cold enough that I had to bite back a gasp. I twisted it slowly, afraid that any sudden movement might stop whatever was happening. On the other side, the mobile was spinning, not the gentle rotation of a toy moved by air currents, but a deliberate, purposeful motion turning counterclockwise with mechanical precision. Each of the 5 metal stars sparked with tiny blue flames at their points, creating a constellation of cold fire that cast dancing shadows on the walls. The chain holding the mobile was taut, trembling with the force of whatever was driving the impossible rotation. I stepped into the room and the mobile stopped. Immediately, the blue sparks vanished, leaving only the smell of ozone and that sweet, persistent scent of baby powder that seemed to cling to my nostrils. I fumbled for the light switch, my fingers clumsy with adrenaline. The overhead bulb flickered to life, revealing nothing unusual except for the mobile hanging perfectly still above the empty crib. I walked to the nightstand beside the crib and opened the single drawer, knowing what I'd find, but needing to confirm it anyway. The mobile's battery pack lay inside, corroded and empty. According to my aunt's meticulous records, it had been removed from the mobile in 1987, nearly 40 years ago. I spent the rest of the night in the kitchen drinking coffee and trying to rationalize what I'd seen: electromagnetic fields, perhaps old wiring, some sort of static buildup that could cause sparking. By the time dawn broke through the kitchen windows, I'd almost convinced myself that there was a logical explanation for everything. But when I passed the nursery door on my way to shower, I heard it again, the soft tinkling of metal against metal, gentle as rainfall. The days blurred together after that, each one bringing new impossibilities that I catalogued with the desperate precision of a man trying to prove his own sanity. The mobile would spin only in the early hours of morning or late at night, always stopping. The moment I opened the door, the blue sparks appeared with increasing frequency, sometimes accompanied by a soft humming that sounded almost like a lullaby. Played in reverse, the smell of baby powder grew stronger. No longer confined to the nursery, it followed me through the house, clinging to my clothes and lingering in rooms I hadn't entered for hours. I opened windows, bought air fresheners, even scrubbed the floors with bleach, but nothing could dispel that sweet, mocking scent. On the 5th night I set up my laptop outside the nursery door. Its built-in camera aimed through the crack. If something was causing the mobile to move, I would capture it. I would have proof evidence, something to show that I wasn't losing my mind in this house full of ghosts and memories. I watched the screen for 3 hours, seeing nothing but the static image of empty floorboards and the edge of the crib. My eyes burned with fatigue and my neck ached from hunching over the keyboard. Just as I was about to give up, the floorboards remained still, the crib unchanged, but the sounds were unmistakable. The gentle chiming of metal, the soft whir of mechanisms, the barely audible hum of that backwards lullaby. I burst through the door to find the mobile spinning wildly, blue sparks, cascading from its stars like tiny fireworks. But when I looked back at the laptop screen, the room appeared completely normal. No movement, no light, nothing. The mobile slowed to a stop. As I stood there trembling, the last blue spark faded from the final star with a sound like a sigh. That's when I noticed the chain. The chain holding the mobile to the ceiling mount had always been straight, a simple vertical line. But now it hung in a loose curve, as if something invisible was pulling it sideways. As I watched, the curve deepened, the chain bending toward the window, as though responding to some unseen force. I followed the direction of the pull, walking to the window and peering out into the darkness. The backyard was empty, except for shadows and my aunt's neglected rose garden. But there, at the very edge of the property line, I saw something that made my blood turn to ice water. A woman in a white nightgown stood beneath the old oak tree. Her face turned toward the nursery window. Even in the darkness, I could see that her hair was silver, pinned back in the style my aunt had worn for as long as I could remember. She raised one hand in what might have been a wave or a beckon, and the chain behind me gave a violent jerk, pulling so hard that plaster dust rained down from the ceiling mount. I spun around to look at the mobile, and when I turned back to the window, the figure was gone. The chain hung straight again as if nothing had happened. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I sat in the kitchen and called my aunt's doctor, her neighbors, anyone who might be able to explain what I was experiencing. Dr. Morrison suggested stress and grief. Mrs. Patterson, next door, mentioned that old houses often played tricks on the mind. Everyone was kind, understanding, and utterly unhelpful. None of them had an explanation for the scratches I found the next morning. They were carved into the nursery windowsill, 5 parallel lines etched deep into the wood. The marks were fresh white wood showing through the old paint, and they were exactly the right size and spacing to have been made by fingernails. Human fingernails. I ran my own fingers along the scratches and they fit perfectly, but I couldn't remember making them. I couldn't remember touching the windowsill at all. The mobile began spinning more frequently after that, sometimes during the day, sometimes in the middle of conversations I was having on the phone. The blue sparks grew brighter and the smell of baby powder became so intense that it sometimes made me dizzy. I started keeping the nursery door locked, but the sounds continued, muffled but persistent. Worse were the moments when the sound stopped. In those brief periods of silence, I would find myself standing outside the nursery door with no memory of how I'd gotten there. Sometimes I'd be holding the key, though I couldn't recall taking it from the kitchen drawer. Once I woke up in the hallway at dawn, my hand pressed against the locked door, my fingernails scraped and bleeding. The scratches on the windowsill multiplied daily. I began to document everything, filling a notebook with times, descriptions, attempts at rational explanation. But the more I wrote, the more I realized that the events were following no logical pattern except one. They were intensifying. The mobile now spun for hours. At a time, the blue sparks had become flames, casting shifting shadows that moved independently of their source. The baby powder smell was so strong that I'd started breathing through my mouth, but I could taste it now too, sweet and cloying on my tongue. And the woman in the white nightgown appeared every night, always in a different location, but always watching the nursery window. Sometimes she was in the garden, sometimes by the fence. Once she stood directly beneath the window, her face tilted up toward the glass, her mouth moving as if she were speaking words I couldn't hear. I tried to photograph her, but she never appeared in the pictures. I tried to record the mobile's movements, but they never showed up on video. According to every piece of technology one owned, nothing unusual was happening in this house, but my hand shook constantly. Now I'd lost weight, forgotten to eat. For days at a time, the scratches on the windowsill had grown so numerous that they formed patterns, spirals and symbols that looked almost like writing in a language I didn't recognize. On the 10th night, I found myself standing in the nursery without any memory of unlocking the door. The mobile spun above me, blue flames dancing from every star, casting light that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than the metal itself. The chain was pulled so tight it hummed with tension, and the whole assembly swayed back and forth like a pendulum, marking time in a world that had forgotten how clocks were supposed to work. I reached up to touch one of the spinning stars, and the flame that danced from its point felt warm against my fingertip, not the cold burn I'd expected, but genuinely warm, like sunlight concentrated into a single bright point. The mobile slowed its rotation, and, as it did, I heard something that made my knees weak. The sound of breathing that wasn't my own. It was coming from the crib. I looked down into the empty space where a mattress had once been, and saw only shadows and dust, but the breathing continued, soft and regular, the breathing of someone deep in peaceful sleep. I knelt beside the crib, my hands gripping the rail, and leaned closer to the source of the sound. The breathing grew clearer, accompanied now by the smallest of sounds, the rustle of fabric, the tiny movements of someone shifting in their dreams. That's when I felt the hand on my shoulder. The touch was gentle, familiar, like my aunt's hand guiding me through a room when I was young. I turned around slowly, afraid of what I might see, but unable to resist the pull of that gentle pressure. The nursery was empty behind me, but in the window, reflected in the dark glass, I saw her clearly, Aunt Helena, exactly as she'd been in life, standing behind me with her hand on my shoulder and her eyes fixed on something in the crib that I couldn't see. Her lips moved, and though I heard no voice, I understood the words she was forming. She's been waiting. I looked back down at the crib and for just a moment, less than a heartbeat, I saw her, a tiny form wrapped in blankets that had never existed, a face that had never drawn breath, the child my aunt had mourned for 60 years without ever speaking her name. When I blinked, the crib was empty again. When I turned to the window, the reflection showed only my own face, hollow-eyed and trembling. But the mobile continued to spin and the breathing continued. In the crib, and somewhere in the distance I could hear the sound of gentle sobbing. That might have been grief or might have been relief. I backed out of the nursery and locked the door behind me, my hand shaking so badly I could barely turn the key. But even through the wood, I could hear the mobile spinning, the chain creaking with each rotation, and underneath it all the soft breathing of something that should never have existed, but somehow impossibly did. I left the house the next morning and haven't returned since. But sometimes late at night in my apartment across town, I catch the faint scent of baby powder in the air, and I know that some things refuse to be abandoned, even by the living. The mobile is probably still spinning, keeping time for a nursery that was never quite empty, marking the hours for someone who never quite learned how to let go. And maybe that's exactly as it should be. Story 11. The fluorescent bulb above the storage room had been flickering for 3 weeks now, casting erratic shadows that danced across the walls like nervous fingers. I kept telling myself I'd call the electrician tomorrow, but tomorrow never seemed to come, not when there were loaves to bake, customers to serve, and a business to keep afloat in a neighborhood where small bakeries died faster than stale bread. My name is Marcus, and I've been living above my bakery for 6 years now. The arrangement made sense. No commute, lower overhead, and I could start the morning preparations before dawn while the rest of the world still slept. The building was old, built in the 1940s, with thick brick walls and narrow hallways that seemed to channel sound in unexpected ways. During the day, the creaking floors and settling wood felt comfortable, familiar. At night, they told different stories. It started 3 months ago, around the time I began working longer hours to cover the rent increase. The first incident happened on a Tuesday night, or rather Wednesday morning, since it was well past 2, when I descended the narrow staircase to check on my sourdough starter. The basement storage room was where I kept the bulk ingredients, 50-pound sacks of flour, industrial containers of yeast, and the commercial refrigeration units that hummed their mechanical lullabies. Through the night, I was measuring flour for the morning's first batch, when I heard a low, rumbling sound that seemed to emerge from the darkness behind the fermenting shelf. It wasn't quite a growl, not exactly a moan, but something that fell uncomfortably between the two. The sound raised the hair on my forearms and sent a chill, crawling up my spine like cold fingers. The fluorescent light chose that moment to flicker more violently, strobing the room in a nauseating rhythm that made the shadows leap and twist. In those brief moments of illumination, I glimpsed something that made my breath catch in my throat, deep furrows in the scattered flour on the concrete floor, as if something with claws had dragged itself across the white powder. The marks were too large to be from rats, too deliberate to be accidental. But when the light steadied, casting its usual harsh glow across the storage area, the floor appeared normal, clean concrete, a few scattered grains of flour here and there, but no gouges, no tracks, no evidence of whatever I thought I'd seen. I stood there for several minutes, my heart hammering against my ribs before convincing myself it had been a trick of the flickering light combined with my exhaustion. Sleep came reluctantly that night, filled with dreams of scraping sounds and yellow eyes watching from dark corners. I woke feeling as though I hadn't rested at all, but the morning rush demanded my attention, and by noon the incident felt like a half-remembered nightmare. The second time happened a week later. I'd been working on a special order 36 dinner rolls for a wedding reception and had stayed late to ensure they'd be perfect. The bride had been particular about the texture, wanting them soft enough to tear apart with gentle pressure but sturdy enough to hold up to butter and honey. I was pulling the final batch from the oven when I realized I'd forgotten to check the sourdough starter for tomorrow's bread. The basement felt different that night. The air seemed thicker, charged with an electricity that made my skin crawl. The fluorescent bulb was behaving itself, for once providing steady illumination, but somehow that made things worse. Every shadow seemed too sharp, every corner too dark. I moved quickly through my routine, checking the starter's bubbling activity and adjusting the fermentation schedule for the next day. That's when I noticed the smell. It was subtle. At first, threading through the familiar aromas of yeast and flour, something organic and unpleasant, like meat left too long in humid air. I followed the scent toward the back corner of the storage room where I kept the older equipment and seasonal supplies. The smell grew stronger as I approached, becoming almost overwhelming by the time I reached the metal shelving unit that held containers of specialty flours. The containers had been disturbed, not knocked over or obviously tampered with, but shifted slightly as if something large had brushed against them while moving through the narrow space behind the shelf. The smell was strongest here, and as I leaned closer to investigate, the fluorescent bulb began its familiar stuttering dance. In the strobing light I saw them again, the claw marks, but this time scored deep into the concrete wall itself. They were fresh, the scratches bright against the older stained surface. 3 parallel gouges, each about 6 in long, carved at roughly shoulder height. Too high for any rodent, too deep for any reasonable explanation. I stumbled backward, my hip connecting painfully with the corner of a flour sack, and the impact sent a cascade of white powder spilling across the floor. The light flickered once more and then stabilized, revealing the wall unmarked and pristine, as if it had just been painted. The smell was gone too, replaced by the normal basement odors of concrete and stored grain. But the flour on the floor told a different story. Mixed in with the white powder were dark smears, as if something wet and dirty had walked through the spillage. I crouched down, my hands shaking as I examined the marks. They looked like footprints, but wrong, somehow too long, with spaces where claws might have been. The pattern suggested something moving on 4 legs, but large enough to reach the height where I'd seen the wall scratches. I cleaned up the flour with shaking hands, double-checked all the locks, and spent the rest of the night upstairs with every light on. In my apartment, sleep was impossible. Every creak of the building, every distant sound from the street below sent my mind racing back to those marks in the flour and the scratches on the wall that couldn't exist. The incidents began occurring more frequently after that, not every night, but often enough that I started dreading the basement trips necessary for my work. Sometimes it was sounds, that low rumbling growl that seemed to emanate from behind the fermentation shelves. Other times it was smells, that same organic rankness, that would appear and disappear without warning. Most disturbing were the visual disturbances, glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision that vanished when I turned to look directly. I started keeping a flashlight with me during basement trips, reasoning that the reliable beam would be better than the unreliable fluorescent fixture. But the flashlight revealed things I wasn't sure I wanted to see, shadows that moved independently of their supposed sources, brief glimpses of shapes too large and angular to belong to any creature I could name. Once I could have sworn I saw a pair of eyes reflecting my light from the darkness beyond the storage shelves, yellow-green orbs that watched me with an intelligence that made my skin crawl. The sleep deprivation was taking its toll. I found myself making mistakes during the day, burning bread, forgetting orders, snapping at customers who'd been coming to my bakery for years. Mrs. Patterson, who bought a baguette every Tuesday, asked me if I was feeling well. I assured her I was fine, but when I caught my reflection in the display case glass, I saw a haggard man with dark circles under his eyes and a nervous tic in his left cheek. I considered talking to someone about what was happening, but how could I explain experiences that made no sense even to me? The rational part of my mind insisted that stress and exhaustion were creating hallucinations, that the flickering light and basement acoustics were combining to create false impressions. But my rational mind couldn't explain the physical evidence, the disturbed flour, the shifted containers, the traces in the spilled powder that looked increasingly like tracks. 3 weeks ago I installed motion-activated lights in the basement, thinking that better illumination might solve the problem. The new LED fixtures provided bright, even coverage of the entire storage area, eliminating the shadows where my imagination might be creating monsters. For 2 nights everything seemed normal. I began to relax, to believe that the addition of proper lighting had banished whatever combination of fatigue and environmental factors had been causing my experiences. On the 3rd night, all 6 LED fixtures failed simultaneously. I was in the middle of checking fermentation temperatures when the basement plunged into absolute darkness. Not the dim, uneven lighting I'd grown accustomed to, but complete blackness that seemed to press against my eyes like a physical weight. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hand shaking so badly I nearly dropped it twice before managing to activate the beam. The circle of light revealed a storage room that looked wrong in ways I couldn't immediately identify. The shelving units seemed closer together, creating narrower aisles between them. The ceiling appeared lower, as if the weight of the building above had somehow increased. Most disturbing was the sound that filled the air, not the familiar hum of refrigeration units and building systems, but a rhythmic scratching that suggested something large, moving deliberately through the space just beyond my light's reach. I called out, my voice, cracking with strain, asking if anyone was there. The scratching stopped immediately, replaced by a silence so complete it hurt my ears. I swept the flashlight beam across the storage area, searching for any sign of movement or disturbance, but everything appeared normal to normal, as if the room had been carefully arranged to look exactly as it should. That's when I noticed my breath misting in the cold air, despite the basement's climate control system maintaining a steady 65 degrees. The temperature drop was sudden and dramatic, turning my exhales into visible clouds that dissipated slowly in the still air. Frost began forming on the metal surfaces around me, first on the shelving units, then on the flour containers, and finally on the walls themselves. The scratching resumed closer now, and I could hear something that might have been breathing. If breathing could sound like wind moving through a cave, I backed toward the stairs, keeping the flashlight trained on the darkness ahead of me, but the beam seemed to be getting weaker, despite fresh batteries. The cold was becoming unbearable, turning my fingers numb and making my joints ache. As I reached the staircase, I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw something that stopped my heart. In the dying light of my flashlight, a shape detached itself from the shadows behind the fermentation shelf. It was larger than a man, but moved with a fluid grace that suggested it wasn't entirely solid. The thing, I couldn't think of any other word for it, seemed to be studying me. With the same curiosity I might show when examining a new bread recipe, I ran up the stairs, taking them 3 at a time, and slammed the basement door behind me. My hands fumbled with the deadbolt I'd installed 2 weeks earlier, a precaution that had seemed paranoid at the time but now felt inadequate. I spent the rest of the night sitting in my kitchen with a baseball bat across my knees, listening for any sound from below. The morning brought no evidence of the night's events. The basement lights worked perfectly, the temperature was normal, and everything appeared to be in its proper place. I found myself questioning whether any of it had really happened, but my frosted breath and aching joints told a different story. The building's heating system had no explanation for the temperature fluctuation, and the electrical panel showed no signs of malfunction. I've been avoiding the basement as much as possible since then, making my supply runs during daylight hours when customers are present upstairs. But the business demands don't allow me to completely abandon the overnight prep work, and I can feel something waiting for me down there in the darkness. The fluorescent bulb has started flickering again, despite being replaced just last week, and sometimes I catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision that vanish when I turn to look. Yesterday I found scratch marks on the inside of the basement door, fresh gouges in the wood that hadn't been there the night before. They're positioned at about shoulder height, as if something had been testing the barrier between the storage room and the rest of the building. The scratches are deep enough to have taken considerable force to create, and they follow the same 3 parallel line pattern I've been seeing everywhere else. I'm writing this now because I need to document what's been happening before I lose the ability to distinguish between reality and whatever's been living in my basement. Tomorrow night I'll have to go down there again to prepare for the weekend orders. Mrs. Patterson is expecting her Tuesday baguette and a wedding cake. Consultation requires fresh samples that can only be made with the overnight fermentation process. But I'm no longer certain. I'm alone in this building, and I'm not sure the thing. Sharing my space is content to remain hidden much longer. The scratches on the door suggest it's growing bolder, more willing to venture beyond the storage room's shadows. Sometimes late at night I think I can hear it moving around down there, testing boundaries, learning the layout of its domain. The rational part of my mind insists this is all stress-induced hallucination, that months of financial pressure and sleep deprivation have created a psychological break from reality. But rationality doesn't explain the physical evidence, the temperature fluctuations or the growing certainty that something is watching me. From the darkness below tonight I'll find out which interpretation is correct, whether I'm losing my mind or whether something that shouldn't exist has taken up residence in the place where I make my living. Either way, I suspect my days of living above the bakery are numbered. The only question is whether I'll be the one making that decision. Story 12. The apartment smelled of rosin and old wood. When I first stepped inside, a scent that seemed to seep from the very walls. The landlord, a nervous man with perpetually damp palms, mentioned in passing that the previous tenant had been a musician, a violinist who'd lived here for nearly a decade, before moving out abruptly 3 months prior. He didn't elaborate and I didn't ask. In a city where affordable housing disappeared faster than morning fog, I wasn't about to question my luck at finding a studio apartment in the arts district for half the market rate. The place was small but adequate, a Murphy bed that folded down from a wall, a kitchenette with outdated appliances and a single large window that faced the brick wall of the adjacent building. The most striking feature was an antique cabinet built into the corner. Its dark mahogany surface polished to a mirror shine. The landlord had fumbled with his key ring when I'd asked about it, mumbling something about the previous tenant requesting it remain locked and that he'd never gotten around to having it opened. After she left for the first week, I convinced myself I'd made the right choice. The location was perfect for my work as a freelance graphic designer, close enough to downtown clients, but affordable enough that I wouldn't have to survive on instant noodles. The building was quiet, too quiet really, with most units occupied by elderly tenants who seemed to move through the hallways like ghosts. It was on my 8th night that I first heard it. I'd been working late on a logo design, my eyes burning from staring at the screen when a single pure note pierced the silence. The sound was unmistakable, a violin's open E string held for exactly 3 seconds before dissolving into silence. I glanced at my phone. 3:13 a.m. The note had come from somewhere in the apartment, though I couldn't pinpoint the source. I searched every corner, checked behind furniture, even opened a few cabinets that weren't locked. Nothing, no radio, no stereo system, no electronic device that could have produced such a precise resonant tone. The next night I waited at exactly 3:13 a.m. The note sounded again, that same pure E held for the same duration, followed by the same absolute silence. This time I was certain it originated from near the locked cabinet. By the third night I'd convinced myself it was a neighbor practicing at ungodly hours, the sound somehow carrying through the building's old ventilation system. But the more I listened, the more I realized the note carried an odd quality, not quite live, not quite recorded. It reminded me of those antique music boxes where the mechanism had worn down enough to play only fragments of melodies. Sleep became elusive. I found myself lying in bed each night waiting for 313. My body tensing as the digital clock approached those numbers. The note began to feel less like sound and more like a summons, as if something in the apartment was calling for attention. During the day I tried to rationalize it. Old buildings made strange noises, pipes settled, wood expanded and contracted and sounds traveled in unexpected ways through aging infrastructure. But rationalization crumbled. When I stood directly beside the locked cabinet at 3:13 a.m. and felt the note vibrate through the wood, as if something inside was trying to break free, I called the landlord on a Thursday morning, 3 weeks after moving in. When I mentioned the nightly disturbance, his nervous laughter carried an edge I hadn't noticed before. He assured me he'd look into it, maybe check with the other tenants about noise complaints. But when I specifically mentioned the locked cabinet, the line went quiet for so long I thought the call had dropped that cabinet. He said, finally, his voice barely above a whisper, the previous tenant was very particular about it, said it contained her most valuable possessions. I suppose I should have had it open when she left. But he trailed off and I heard him breathing heavily on the other end. Maybe it's best left alone. The conversation ended abruptly, leaving me with more questions than answers. That night I positioned myself directly in front of the cabinet at 3:10 a.m. My ear pressed against the polished wood. When the note came I felt it resonate through my skull, a vibration that seemed to travel down my spine and settle in my chest. For a moment I could have sworn I heard something else beneath the note, a whisper, maybe, or the soft scratch of bow against string. I started researching the building's history, spending hours in the local library digital archives. The building had been constructed in 1923, originally designed as artist studios. Over the decades it had housed painters, writers, sculptors, and musicians. I found no specific mention of the previous tenant, but I did discover that the building had a peculiar reputation among local musicians. Several articles from the 1980s and 90s mentioned it as a place where music lived in the walls, where residents reported hearing melodies at odd hours that seemed to echo from empty apartments. The note began to change subtly after that. First month. The duration remained the same, but the pitch wavered slightly, as if whatever produced it was struggling to maintain precision. Some nights I thought I detected a tremor in the sound, an uncertainty that made my skin crawl. It reminded me of a voice trying to remember a song it had once known perfectly. I found myself staying awake until after 3:13, then lying in bed analyzing what I heard. Was the note slightly sharper tonight? Did it carry a different resonance? I started keeping a journal documenting every variation, every subtle change in the mysterious sound. The pages filled quickly with observations that reading them back in daylight seemed like the ravings of someone losing their grip on reality. The breakthrough, if it could be called that, came on a particularly humid Tuesday night in late summer. I'd been living in the apartment for 6 weeks and the nightly ritual had become as regular as breathing. But this time, as the note faded into silence, I heard something else, the soft creak of wood under pressure, followed by what sounded distinctly like a key turning in a lock. I held my breath, straining to hear over the thundering of my own heartbeat. Silence stretched for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then, so quietly I almost missed it, came the whisper of wood sliding against wood. The unmistakable sound of a cabinet door opening. My rational mind screamed at me to turn on the lights to confront whatever was happening, but my body remained frozen, caught between terror and fascination. In the darkness I could hear movement, not footsteps exactly, but the subtle sounds of someone carefully handling delicate objects. When I finally gathered the courage to reach for the light switch, my fingers trembled so violently I nearly knocked over the bedside lamp. The sudden illumination revealed my apartment exactly as I'd left it, the locked cabinet standing silent and undisturbed in its corner. But the air had changed. That faint scent of rosin was stronger, now accompanied by something else, a mustiness that reminded me of old concert halls and forgotten music rooms. I approached the cabinet slowly, my bare feet silent, on the cold hardwood floor. The lock appeared untouched, its brass surface showing no signs of tampering. But when I pressed my ear to the wood I could have sworn, I detected the faintest whisper of air movement, as if the cabinet breathed with a rhythm all its own. Sleep was impossible. That night I sat in the single chair facing the cabinet, watching for any sign of movement, any hint that what I heard was more than imagination. As dawn crept through the window, painting the apartment in shades of gray and gold, I began to question not just what was happening, but whether I was still capable of distinguishing between reality and delusion. The attacks on my certainty intensified over the following days. I would catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, only to turn and find nothing. Shadows seemed to linger longer than they should, and the apartment's acoustics changed in ways that defied explanation. My voice sounded different when I spoke aloud, as if the space itself was altering the way sound traveled. I started leaving recording devices near the cabinet, hoping to capture evidence of the nightly disturbance. But every morning I would find only silence on the recordings, hours of digital emptiness punctuated by the distant hum of the building's ventilation system. Either the phenomenon was entirely in my mind or it existed on a frequency that technology couldn't detect. The journal entries from this period make for disturbing reading. My handwriting became increasingly erratic, the observations more paranoid and disconnected. I wrote about feeling, watched about the sensation that someone was reading over my shoulder. As I worked, I documented temperature fluctuations that my thermometer couldn't verify and described sounds that seemed to come from inside my own head. On the 7th week's Thursday night, everything changed. I had fallen asleep in the chair facing the cabinet, exhausted from another sleepless vigil. I woke not to the familiar note, but to a different sound entirely, the soft whisper of something being placed on fabric. My eyes opened to complete darkness, and for a moment I couldn't remember where I was. Then I felt it, a weight on my chest, long and slender, resting across my torso like a sword laid upon a knight's tomb. Even without light, I knew what it was. The smooth wood, the delicate curve of the frog, the taut horsehair stretched between tip and heel, a violin bow positioned with ceremonial precision across my body. My breath caught in my throat. The cabinet had been locked since I moved in. I tested it countless times. There was no way anyone could have accessed its contents without the key, and I was certain I was alone in the apartment. Yet here was undeniable proof that something or someone had been moving through my space while I slept. I lay perfectly still, afraid that any movement might disturb whatever presence had placed the bow on my chest. The weight was real, solid, undeniably physical. This wasn't a hallucination or a trick of perception. Something had removed this instrument from a locked cabinet and positioned it on my body with deliberate care. In the darkness, I became aware of other presences in the room, not visible, not audible, but felt with the same certainty that one feels a change in barometric pressure. Before a storm, the air itself seemed to thicken, pressing against my skin with an expectancy that made my scalp prickle. Then, from somewhere impossibly close to my ear came a whisper. Not words exactly, but a suggestion, a melody, half remembered and pleading to be completed. The sound bypassed my ears entirely, resonating directly in my mind like a tuning fork struck against the base of my skull. I understood, with a clarity that terrified me, that I was being asked to continue something that had been left unfinished. The bow on my chest wasn't just an object. It was an invitation, a plea from someone who had been trying to communicate through that single nightly note for months. My hands moved without conscious direction, grasping the bow with fingers that seemed to remember motions I'd never learned. I sat up slowly, the instrument feeling natural in my grip, despite the fact that I'd never touched a violin in my life. The cabinet door stood open. Now I could see its dark mouth even in the unlit room, and something pale gleamed from within its depths. I approached as if in a dream, my movements fluid and purposeful. Inside the cabinet, nestled in blue velvet, lay a violin of extraordinary beauty. Its amber varnish seemed to glow with internal light. And the moment my eyes fell upon it, I heard music. Not the single note that had haunted my nights, but a full melody, complex and sorrowful, playing somewhere in the space between my ears. I lifted the instrument with reverence I couldn't explain, feeling its weight settle against my shoulder as if it belonged there. The bow found the strings without guidance, and suddenly the apartment filled with music. Not the perfect practice performance of a professional, but the raw emotional expression of someone playing from memory deeper than conscious thought. The melody that emerged was beautiful and terrible, a lament that spoke of longing and loss, of songs left unfinished and dreams abandoned. I played music I'd never heard before. Yet every note felt familiar, every phrase a continuation of conversations begun long ago. My fingers moved across the fingerboard with confidence that defied logic, finding positions and executing techniques that should have taken years to master. Time became fluid as I played. Minutes or hours could have passed. The music existed outside normal temporal boundaries, but gradually I became aware that I wasn't alone in the performance. Other voices had joined the melody harmonies that complemented and enhanced what I was playing, creating a symphony from what should have been a solo piece. The voices came from everywhere and nowhere, filling the apartment with sound that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. I realized I was participating in something that transcended individual performance, becoming part of a musical conversation that had been ongoing long before I arrived and would continue long after I left. As the music reached its crescendo, I began to understand what had happened to the previous tenant. She hadn't moved away. She had simply stepped out of one mode of existence and into another, leaving behind the physical constraints that limited her art. The apartment wasn't haunted by her ghost. It was enriched by her continued presence, her ongoing dedication to the music that had defined her life. The bow began to feel heavy in my hand and the melody started to fragment. I was losing the connection, falling back into the mundane world of physical limitations and logical constraints. The other voices faded, first then the complex harmonies, until only my own uncertain playing remained. When the last note died away, I found myself standing in my apartment holding an impossible instrument, surrounded by silence, so complete it felt oppressive. The cabinet stood closed and locked, showing no sign of ever having been opened. But the violin remained solid and real in my hands, its wood warm to the touch, its strings still vibrating with the ghost of music. I carefully placed the instrument on my bed and backed away my hands, shaking as the full weight of what had occurred settled over me. Every rational part of my mind insisted that what I'd experienced was impossible, a vivid dream brought on by stress and sleep deprivation. But the violin lay before me as undeniable proof that something extraordinary had taken place. I spent the remainder of the night sitting in my chair, staring at the instrument and trying to make sense of what had happened. Had I actually played music with skill I didn't possess, or had I simply imagined the performance while making random noises with the bow? Was the violin real, or was I experiencing a complete psychological break from reality? As morning light filtered through the window, the instrument remained exactly where I placed it, solid and undeniably present. I approached cautiously and lifted it once more, feeling its familiar weight against my shoulder. But now, in daylight, my fingers fumbled across the strings, producing nothing but discordant scratches and squeaks. Whatever connection I'd experienced in the darkness was gone, leaving me with an expensive instrument. I had no idea how to play. The days that followed blurred together in a haze of uncertainty and self-doubt. I called in sick to work, unable to concentrate on anything beyond the violin that dominated my living space. I researched extensively, trying to find rational explanations for what had occurred. Sleep paralysis, auditory hallucinations, stress-induced psychosis. I explored every possibility that didn't require accepting the supernatural, but each night, at 3:13 a.m., the single note continued to sound from the cabinet, now carrying undertones that seemed to acknowledge my participation in the previous evening's performance. The sound was different, now less plaintive, more expectant, as if whatever presence generated it was waiting for me to accept my role in an ongoing musical conversation. I found myself standing before the cabinet each night, bow in hand, fighting against the urge to open doors that, logic insisted, were permanently locked. The rational part of my mind warned that pursuing this path led only to madness, that I was creating elaborate fantasies to cope with isolation and stress, but another part, growing stronger each night, whispered that I had been chosen for something beautiful and terrible, something that transcended ordinary human experience. The violin seemed to watch me from its resting place on the bed, its amber varnish, catching light in ways that suggested an inner radiance. Sometimes, when the apartment was particularly quiet, I thought I could hear it humming softly to itself, not audibly, but felt as a vibration in my chest, a resonance that matched the rhythm of my own heartbeat. I stopped answering calls from friends and family, stopped checking email, stopped engaging with the outside world in any meaningful way. My existence narrowed to the confines of the apartment and the nightly ritual that had become the center of my life. I ate when hunger demanded it, slept when exhaustion overtook me, but otherwise existed in a state of suspended animation, waiting for 3:13 to arrive. The question that haunted my days wasn't whether I was losing my sanity. I'd already accepted that possibility. The question was whether madness might be the price of admission to something far more significant than the mundane world I'd previously inhabited, if the choice was between a rational existence devoid of transcendence and an irrational life filled with impossible beauty, which was truly the healthier option. On my 10th week in the apartment, I made my decision. As 3:13 approached, I positioned myself before the cabinet with the violin tucked under my chin and the bow poised above the strings. When the note sounded from within the locked doors, I answered it, adding my voice to a conversation that had been waiting patiently for my participation. The music that emerged wasn't perfect. My technique remained amateur, my intonation uncertain, but it was genuine, an honest attempt to communicate through a medium that bypassed words and logic entirely. And as I played, I felt the apartment respond, the walls themselves seeming to resonate with approval and encouragement. Whether I was collaborating with the ghost of a dead violinist or simply acting out an elaborate delusion mattered less than the fact that I was finally creating something beautiful. The music justified itself, regardless of its origin or the sanity of its performer. In a world increasingly disconnected from wonder and mystery, I had found both in abundance. As the melody reached its natural conclusion, I lowered the violin and waited. The apartment held its breath, the silence pregnant with possibility. Then, so quietly I might have imagined it, came a sound like distant applause, not from human hands, but from the building itself, the walls and floors and ceiling, acknowledging a performance well received. I smiled in the darkness, knowing that tomorrow night I would return to this same spot, bow in hand, ready to continue a conversation that might last forever. Whether that made me an artist or a madman was a distinction that no longer seemed important. The note at 3:13 still sounds each night, but it's no longer alone. And somewhere in the space between sleeping and waking, between sanity and madness, between the possible and the impossible, a melody continues to unfold, one that began long before I arrived and will continue long after I've forgotten what it means to distinguish between the real and the imagined. In the end, perhaps that's enough.